The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The world's top players were back on the biggest stage to battle for prizes and glory at the inaugural event of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the Super Rapid and Blitz Poland in Warsaw. The trio of Americans excelled in rapid, trading blows and leads often, with Hans Niemann nursing a half-point advantage going into the Blitz section. It looked like a two-horse race between Niemann and Tour veteran Wesley So after a day of Blitz until Fabiano Caruana came roaring back, winning 5 straight to pass So and tie Hans with 2 rounds to go. But Niemann kept his cool till the end, winning the final 2 games to clinch his first Grand Chess Tour victory. Following the fast-paced action of Super Rapid and Blitz Poland, players shift their focus back to classical chess for the next leg of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the Super Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest.
Welcome, chess fans, to day one of the Super Classic Romania, held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. We start day one in front of the Romanian National Bank, where the players will be playing for the next couple of weeks. It's one of the most prestigious buildings here in the city center. Let's go to the studio and start the action for day one.
With these views of the sunlit uplands of the beautiful Romanian capital, we welcome you to the coverage of the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour 2026, the Super Classic from Bucharest, Romania. After all the thrills of Warsaw, we are back to playing classical, and in a few short minutes, the first round of the Super Chess Classic Bucharest will begin. Can't wait.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with the one and only Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, wonderful to have you in studio. Peter, big warm St. Louis welcome to you, sir.
Very happy to be here.
Absolutely wonderful. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. As you've heard, it is now time for classical chess, which means all the players on the tour get to compete in the same event with a wildcard player. But before we get into our roster of players, let's talk about the Grand Chess Tour and the standings after Warsaw.
Yes, sir. We only had one event so far, but there's already a race. Fabiano took home 10 Grand Chess Tour points. He's currently leading the tour. Wesley So in second with 8 points. Alireza Firouzja took home 6 points. Javokhir and MVL 3 points. And the rest of the players, they haven't played in Warsaw. This is their first event.
Exactly. So these are our tour players. And let's take a look at the roster because they're joined by a single wildcard player.
Absolutely incredible roster of players. Top seed is American Fabiano Caruana. In second, we have French number 1 Alireza Firouzja. Another great grandmaster from USA, Wesley So. The current World Championship challenger, Javokhir Sindarov. Longtime tour player, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Who has played in every tour, actually.
Impressive. Then we have last year's winner from India, Praggnanandhaa. Dutch number 1, Anish Giri. And then big welcome to the newcomer on the tour, German Vincent Keymer.
Welcome, Vincent.
Another new full tour player is Jorden van Foreest. He was a last-minute replacement for Levon Aronian.
Welcome, Irene.
And last but not least, wildcard goes to Romania's number 1, Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
Great field. Tell us about the format for the Super Chess Classic.
It's going to be a 10-player round-robin event. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a regular scoring system, 1 point for a win. Time control is classical with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with 30-second increment from start of the game.
And our schedule, Nancy.
Today begins round 1. We'll have total of 9 games, 1 game per day. After 5 rounds, players will have 1 rest day, then they'll be back for the last 4 rounds. And if there is no clear winner, after round 9, we will see playoffs.
Sprint for the finish, to be sure. And Peter, with such an illustrious field, who should we be watching?
I absolutely love the field for the tour this year, but we picked up 4 players for you to begin our coverage, and we begin with the wild card from Romania, Bogdan-Daniel Deac, who is at the age of 24, has been consistently Romania's #1 for a number of years. I feel like maybe the last 5 years already. He gets this wild card in Romania year after year and produces very interesting chess. In particular, very interesting time management. We always look forward to the first time control with Bogdan. Very, very strong player and a welcome addition as a wild card. Our next player on your screens will be Vincent Keymer, German #1. Extremely strong player, 21 years old. Barely missed out on the candidates last cycle, or this cycle actually, last year, but this cycle. Ranked 7th in the world right now. Very, very welcome addition to the tour. Somebody who had a tremendous couple of years, and very good to see him in the field. And then we come to another new addition to the tour. This is the first time in the history of the tour where we have 2 full participants from the Netherlands. And we welcome to the tour Jorden van Foreest, 26 years old, a long-time second of Magnus Carlsen, helped him during a bunch of World Championship matches. Had a fantastic last year, is now rated consistently above 2,700, and won one Tata Steel Paikidze tournament and came close in a bunch of others. Just a very, very strong, very exciting young player. And we round out our featured players for this show with the winner of the previous edition of the tournament we're about to watch, Praggnanandhaa, who won an exciting 3-way tiebreak against the 2 Frenchmen, Alireza and MVL. He had an unbelievable first half of the year in 2025. He's been slightly less stable since, but still one of the absolute best in the world. Very, very exciting player and a very nice young man, so welcome to Prague. And on that, we want to introduce our crew in Romania. Warm welcome to Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Peter. Welcome, chess fans, to day 1 here in Bucharest, Romania, for the Super Classic, the first classic event of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. Everybody is so excited about that here in Romania. The chess culture is very strong, and you can feel that yesterday as well during the opening ceremony. Anastasiya, tell us a bit about the opening ceremony.
The opening ceremony, of course, was the wonderful start of this event. We're here at the National Bank of Romania, and the opening ceremony took place also here. And we had the drawing of lots, also speeches, and also the simultaneous exhibition. But it always feels special. Well, the former world champion, Garry Kasparov, attends such ceremonies, right, Cristian? So
absolutely.
It's always great to see him talking to players, chatting with them, changing some news. And on this photo, we can see Garry Kasparov together with the challenger of the World Championship match, Javokhir Sindarov, who is going to play his first classical event here in Bucharest. Such a great moment, right?
That is a historical photo right there, I think. Did you take that, Anastasiya?
No, it was Leonard.
You took one of those,
yeah,
and you had the idea of bringing them together, and I think that's going to be a historical photo for years to come. In 20 years, perhaps, we will be looking at that, and who knows, maybe we will be seeing 2 world champions. Who knows?
You never know.
Anything
And
can happen.
in any case, it was a great moment to show that this, distance between generations. Can you imagine, Cristian, that Garry Kasparov quit playing chess few months before Javokhir Sindarov was born? And here we saw them yesterday during the opening ceremony together. Such a great sign, and which shows that the continuation of the generations.
Speaking of generations, we have such a clash of generations in this one. And if you think about it, MVL, I think, is the oldest player in this competition, which is crazy to be thinking about. But right now we have a big clash in day 1, and that is the newcomer, Jorden van Foreest, with the white pieces. He will be facing Fabiano Caruana, who is leading the Grand Chess Tour after the first leg in Poland. He did not win that tournament in Poland, but he took 2nd place and he got the most Grand Chess Tour points. And as you can see right there, Fabi does seem to have the upper hand in their direct encounter. 0 wins for Jorden, 2 losses and 4 draws. Definitely this one is going to be quite intriguing from the perspective of both players being so creative in the opening phase as well. I'm expecting a lot of fireworks early on, and who knows who will take the full point.
or perhaps they will settle for.
In any case, looking forward for exciting games today. And now that we're talking with you, Cristian, I hear some voices, and it seems like Garry Kasparov is going to be the one who will make the first move today.
We're just about to start. We'll be here to give you all the insights from Romania. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. It sure looks like a wonderful stage event. And as we get round one underway, Nasi, do the honors and tell us the pairings.
Let's look at all the pairings. Absolutely. We have a very exciting start of the event. As Cristian already mentioned, first board we have Jorden van Foreest against Fabiano Caruana. Then we have Wesley against Vincent Keymer. Bogdan-Daniel playing Javokhir Sindarov. Two youngsters, Pragg against Alireza.
We beat the tiebreak last year.
And MVL against Anish Giri.
Looking great. And the players are going to be fighting hard. A big prize fund for these classic events. Tell us about it.
Absolutely. As you can see, total prize fund is $350,000. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place $65,000. Just absolutely huge prizes, and huge thanks to all the sponsors.
Absolutely. As we're getting ready for round one of the Super Chess Classic, as again the players are taking their seats in this beautiful building. It's the Romanian Central Bank. You can see these enormous marble columns. Very, very nice setting.
It's a gorgeous building. Would love to be playing there
I
right now.
know. When I think of illustrious buildings I've played in, this definitely beats me badly. It looks like the players have started their clock. And we'll start with Fabi, because he is leading the tour. Jorden van Foreest with the white pieces has opened up one, d2, d4. And as you were mentioning, Peter, as we were coming on the show, Jorden, longtime coach, trainer, where he works with Magnus Carlsen, but recently Jorden defeated Magnus Carlsen in Malmo at the Stegeman event.
Yeah, that was a game that switched Magnus back to Hulk mode and or into Hulk mode, I guess, not back to Hulk mode, because he did win the remaining three and ended up winning the event. But very nice game by Jorden, even though he had to win it like 4 times.
Exactly, it was a hot potato at the end. He kept trying to avoid winning, and Magnus tried to avoid drawing, and Magnus succeeded at last. Yes, knight c3, an invitation to the Nimzo with bishop b4, or will
Probably play d5.
Yeah, I was about to.
d5 was very much the meta in the candidates, but we'll see if Fabi goes for what you're supposed to do in this position. I think.
The Nimzo.
Yeah.
Which variation do we expect?
Right. At one time, f2, f3 became popular, and I think it was like Alexei Sherov, Vishy Anand, others used to play f2, f3 here.
Yeah, it was a very sharp line. I remember playing it with the black pieces, and you can really create a chaos on the board of f3 with c5 lines.
Yes, exactly. I remember there was this one line that just absolutely amazed me. It went something like f3, and I'm going to get it wrong, purposely so, but it was like c5, d5. And the idea was, for whatever reasons, they included the move bishop a5.
Uh-huh. What a mysterious move.
Which is like, it somehow it's connected with the idea of b5, and don't ask me all the details. But I remember when somebody first played this move, maybe not in this specific position, but it was bishop a5. I looked at that and I just shook my head. I said, I don't understand chess at all.
Too deep, this move.
Too deep, too deep. Very, very, very much so. But let's see what Jorden chose after bishop e4.
e3, the classical line.
Okay. The Rubinstein variation, and I remember a lot of players from Samuel Reshevsky and way back in the day playing for knight e2, then playing the move a2, a3, aspiring to win the 2 bishops.
Yeah, those are pretty comfortable positions for white.
Yeah.
Peter, would you like to add to this?
I'm not really an IMSA player myself, so I will pretty much always defer to Yasser in all matters, in IMSA. But yeah, it's you can still, I guess, switch to some sharp lines here if you play a3 and these kinds of
like Zemish
mixes have been somewhat popular these days. But we'll see what Jorden means to do. I think it's probably not his idea for today, although hard to guess on move 4 in round 1.
Yeah, bishop d3, knight f3, and as I said, knight e2, or the most popular. So far, Peter, what games have caught your eye as the round is underway?
It's too early to tell. It's interesting, I think, somewhat noticeable that Vincent Keymer, he kind of threatened Wesley with a Berlin. Wesley said no to Berlin, but then Vincent did something which is, of course, quite playable and quite well known, but is, I think, much rarer than bishop c5. On move 4, I think it's a very interesting choice because people used to play bishop c5 here as a matter of
Let's pull up Wesley and Vincent's game so audience can watch the opening.
Yeah. And the choice here between bishop c5 and d6, I don't really want to, venture outside the fence too early. Right. And I think it's, I think Magnus was at the forefront of it to a degree, and you can name some other people also somewhat connected to Magnus. I think Daniel Dubov was also somebody who advocated for playing like this in a lot of structures. Well, as white, I think I'm quite happy about it, to be honest, because it's been a while since I knew what to do about d3 bishop c5. And it feels like this should be less of a problem. But it leads to very interesting, very double-edged play. And I think as viewers also, we should welcome bishop e7.
I remember especially the World Championship match between Nepo and Magnus. And Magnus religiously kept putting his bishop on e7, castling, going rook e8, bishop f8, just saying, I challenge you to prove advantage. And it was very, very hard for Nepo to do so.
Peter, I think we have your analysis board on screen. Can you show us how typically white develops here?
Yeah, you generally want to, despite having played d2, d3 early on, you still want to play, drawing arrows will continue being a challenge.
You see, it's not as easy.
No, it's never been easy for me. So you want to play rook e1, I guess, in some order, Blackville Castle. And you want to play some sort of c3, knight bg2, perhaps knight f1, knight g3. And d3, d4 is always very much part of what you want to do here. It feels like you're losing a tempo because you, of course, would prefer to play d2, d4 and not d2, d3 and then d3, d4. But still, if you can establish some sort of majority in the center, it should give you a little bit of a push. And black has various ways of replying to it. As you mentioned, Magnus just generally just goes rook e8, bishop f8, h6, and says, yeah, show me why you're supposed to be better here.
Right.
You can also do more concrete things. I guess you can at some point start asking white the question, what do you want to do with the bishop on b5? But play becomes a lot slower, a lot less forcing, and as somebody who played the Spanish, the Ruy Lopez, my entire life, I always feel like I should be at least a little bit better here with white, but it's fine. Honestly, it's fine for black. It's just not as aimed at direct equality as some other lines.
Do you think Wesley's surprised because he's taking a couple of minutes to think here?
I think Vincent actually used to play bishop c5 as far as I can tell. I think I had the bishop c5 game against him in one of my very rare forays into classical chess in the last few years. So maybe a little bit of a surprise, but then again, Vincent has been playing these types of structures through all kinds of move orders his entire life, so it shouldn't be a shock.
Want to turn our attention to the game between Prague and Alireza Firouzja, because I'm reminded of Ulf Andersson in these Queen's Gambit Declined, and one of the things that Ulf really liked to do is play endgames, full stop. He just aspired to play every type of endgame, especially ones without queens. And when he was on the black side, he looked for early trades.
He liked this knight d5?
Like knight takes d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. And this is right out of Ulf's handbook, and you would think that after e2, e4, knight takes e3, b takes c3, white is supposed to have some kind of a pull because, you know, you've got the center and things like that. But Ulf would religiously practice castles, put his rook on d8, play c7, c5, and 20 moves later, you woke up to the conclusion you got nothing. And it was very interesting for me to see that Prague wasn't surprised and played the move rook c1, eschewing for the moment, grabbing the center with e2, e4. This stopped Alireza.
So this is kind of an old line taken on d5
Very,
with the knight.
very old. And I mean, Peter, the classical masters, they knew things, but it's still...
I'm trying to figure out how this compares to, let's say, the classical Lasker variation. It's very close in spirit to the positions you get in the Lasker, but there the knight would be on e4. It probably would already have been traded on c3. And here, rook c1, already a couple of moves were added. I think Alireza castled and Pragg played queen b3 quite quickly. Honestly, I would start looking for forced ways to equalize here with black, or maybe even... This looks fanciful from white. It doesn't look like it should trouble black unduly, but we do have news in the studio in Bucharest. So let's.
Thank you, Peter. Let's go over to Bucharest because Cristian is with a very special guest, Garry Kasparov.
Thank you, Nazi. I am indeed with a very special guest, the 13th world champion and the founder of the Grand Chess Tour, now going into its 11th year. Garry, welcome to the show. You made the first move. You're feeling the audience. You're feeling the atmosphere. Yesterday, you were at the opening ceremony as well.
Actually, technically speaking, I made not the first move, because the first move was done on the Deac side by one of the members of the board of the bank.
Okay.
So I made the first move for Sindar. I played the second first move. So let the host, because Deac played white, and so that he wanted to make a first move. And of course, we were very pleased that, now we moved to the premise of the bank. So as I couldn't help but not making a joke yesterday. Now we're playing exactly where the money is. Yeah, but it's not just about, the financial connection. I think it's a glamorous place. So I think it's very important that Grand Chess Tour keeps the standards. I would not say keep. Probably we are just, we are pushing the standards. We're elevating the standards, and I think players they appreciate it. It's the game of chess eventually, just got the respect it deserved.
I think we have a consistency which is unparalleled in the chess world. This is the 11th year. Yesterday, during the opening ceremony, you were saying that you're not getting tired about saying the same things as the opening ceremony and touching the same points, because it's so important to have the consistency.
Exactly. It's very consistent, yes. And it's not, we can see a gradual change of generations.
Yes.
But the standards and it was always very important to actually find kind of an anchor for the game of chess. And now, thanks to Dragic family, to Sasha and Augusta, so we are expanding it. It's not just in Europe, but also in Brazil. So this is the only one transnational, transcontinental event. So the fact is that it's here. And it's not connected to any official competition. So the title says it's there to preserve the standards, and also just to push them even further, because it's I think it has an effect. It has an effect on the public. It has an effect on players, positive effect. Money is still good, This is but it's also, I think it has a ripple effect that just goes beyond. This is the traditional premises of professional sports. So this morning I opened made the opening remarks at the event that is I believe will have very positive effect way beyond Romanian borders. It was the beginning of the program funded by European Union, and it's by far the largest grant of public money to a chess program. 4.5 million euros have been allocated by European Union for digitalization of chess education in Romania. And it's a great synergy of public and private funding. Because without the generous support from the Dragic Foundation, more than 14 million euros have been spent over years, and making Bucharest, turning Bucharest in one of the most important chess cities in the world, there would be no same, positive response from the other side, because this public money always follow the private money. If it's like match, and they could see that it's working. There's great interest, and there's the ongoing and steady private support. So it's really big, and I'm very happy that we are now in Bucharest. It's creating some. It's a new combination, a new merger of public funding and private funding and public money and political support.
This never happens. These type of things never happen in a vacuum. And obviously, we've started this project here in Romania about in 2019. I think that was the first time we came.
It's a first time. It's the only tournament I missed. Yeah. So
yes.
It was just, but it was like preliminary. So that's I think it was just a test for Sasha Dragic. So and they liked it. And actually, everything that happens, it's purely accidental, because I was here in Romania first time in 2017. Just did a presentation for one of the magazines, and they said, "Oh, there's a chess fan that would love to see you, but he's arriving late. Would you accept, late dinner?" I said, "Okay, fine, let's have a good day." And then Sasha arrived, and that was the beginning and our first meeting. And next year he invited me to Bucharest to talk to his company. The Superbet was just growing. He had all these tech experts getting in, and he since he's not just chess fan, but he was international master. So he decided to try to see how it works. And we saw yesterday the chairman of the board of his company. So when it's okay. It's also Ursula von der Leyen younger brother. So Hans was, you could say he was beaming, because and his message was, it's great investment, because we have phenomenal publicity and at a fraction of the cost if you want to do football or just other big sports. So it will be massive. Here we have a lot of positive publicity and cost is great. So again, we see that something is changing. For so many years I've been rooting for that, and now I think we're almost there.
And I think we're in a moment where a lot of things are changing, especially in education. And obviously that grant coming from the European Union, that's huge, $4.5 million.
Because it basically hits two greatest concerns of politicians, especially European politicians: AI and education. Exactly. So this is it's like a nexus. So, and if the program is successful, if they can illustrate the results, then the opportunities are absolutely endless.
Let's talk a little bit about the players. Obviously, yesterday we've had somewhat of an iconic photo between you and Sindarov shaking hands, perhaps for the first time. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Was that the first time you guys met in person?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Look, this is, as I said yesterday. So that is everybody but MVL. Were born.
MVL is the oldest player.
Oldest player. After I finished my match with Karpov, because I finished in December 1990, he was the only one born, and three players were born after I left professional chess.
Yeah,
that's the and of course we never had a chance of meeting Sindarov, and I was very complimentary just about his phenomenal performance. So, and I wish him just playing as well here as he did at the candidates.
Tell me about that. Were you impressed by his performance at the candidates?
Absolutely, and I said it a few times on the show. So on when just we got connected. So I think it was just a great combination of playing well but also fast. And this is amazing. Just you can play fast but just mediocre. But it's so many good decisions. It's again a balance of keeping time reserve, but also just making high quality moves, and it's well-deserved victory. So I don't know what's happened. Probably it's probably natural after such a big performance. I think Warsaw was expected to drop. So we'll see how he will do here. So, but I think it's if he keep coming, the same. With the same vigor and energy and precision as in the candidates, that's big future.
It feels like every couple of years we're here together. We're previewing somewhat the World Championship matches that are happening. Obviously, I want to start also with Sindarov's style for just a second, because there's no better man in the world to explain to us. How do you see his style?
It's hard to say so. I would, if I have to make if I tried to make a sort of a parallel with, probably I would say Spassky. That's very universal, very just again that's the way Spassky played in mid-60s, fast, but just it's intuitively just finding the right spots for pieces, but it's not it's also this has a dynamism, because Karpov was just more on the positional side. I think his style is it's more universal. But unlike Spassky, he has an excellent opening preparation. I mean, Spassky didn't care about it. But so it's because 2025-2026 chess season is not as 1965, 1966. But if you want me to put him just on this, on the timeline with the world champions, so that's Spassky is the first one that comes to mind.
That's very interesting. And you just mentioned that he has very
Spassky never played King's India.
Never exactly. That's what.
Actually, no. Actually, no. He did. No, he did. Younger Spassky did. Younger Spassky did play it, But it was, I think it was not.
He's playing Bogdan, the wild card, and obviously Bogdan
took on e5. Yes.
As we see right now, he took on e5, went for the end game, and it does seem like he's trying to calm the waters right now. He was obviously surprised by Javokhir's decision.
Why he played this is, but CD5 is, again, if I remember, it's the, I mean, CD5 and Knight6 it's probably slightly worse, but isn't this is the, just B5 was just, I think this just creates a bit more of a
Certainly
play.
A move, yeah.
Bishop B3, I think this is again from A5, A4, I think that's the B takes A4, Bishop takes A4, Bishop D7. That's a little bit just, I'm not sure this is. Actually, no. Evaluation is okay. Yes. This is because that's when I played. That was what I had in mind when I played it. Because once Hibner, in 1982, he just took on e5, and I've been started working. I also Korchnoi took on e5 once against me.
Yeah.
It was funny because we played it was double round tournament in Tilburg, and in the first it's when I played the white. In French, I took on d5. No, it's not to make a draw. Just just I introduced this new concept, take on d5, knight f3, and Korchnoi was so he lost the game, and he was so angry. So that's why he tried to beat me by taking e5, but it didn't work. It didn't. No, but I played something else there. But then I just came up with this idea, which I think it's a dead draw. Yes.
So this is what we have right now. Probably this one will fizzle out.
Yeah.
I do want to ask you about this game as well. The leader right now of the Grand Chess Tour, Fabiano, after not winning the tournament, one of the wild cards actually won. We're somehow picking the wild cards quite well because they always seem to
look. We have good wild cards. Yes.
And Hans won that one. Fabiano picked the most points in the Grand Chess Tour, and right now he's facing a new player at the Grand Chess Tour, Jorden. I think he started 2025 at about 2680. Right now, Jorden is 2740-ish. He's had an incredible rise.
Look, again, it's the. Obviously, one game doesn't tell you everything. But how many players beat Magnus recently?
Not many.
That's the key. And it was just it was a decent win.
Yes. It was a very good win.
Exactly, It was a very decent win. So the fact is that this guy could beat Magnus in just fair and square. That gives an indication.
It's not like Magnus made it easy.
No. Actually, Magnus won the tournament. Magnus won the tournament. So that's why he's not here by accident. He's doing well, and we'll see what happens. So actually,
we have quite an interesting Nimzov, yeah.
Yeah, it's the I always thought that C5 was the second-rate move because of 92. Yes, but I played. I mean, many games, but both it was white. Mostly was white, of course. But I think I just played. Definitely once I played with black against probably Giorgadze. I think this is this. Yeah, I think so. Yes, not sure, but yes. I think, but not D6. I played. I think I. Yes, I took on D4 and I played castle here. Yes,
yeah. So we get this type of.
No, A3. Yes, A3, Bishop E7, and. It's the D5 or Knight F4 also. Knight F4 is another option here. So that's the so it's but D5 is roughly even, but white probably has slight edge. But now in the computer era, I'm sure machine will show you how just to equalize easily. So
we played
D6. He took on C5 and I would say white is, even without looking at the screen, I think definitely white is slightly better. Yeah. So this is Again, that's by any factor. So this is whether I think probably you play A3 now or probably B3.
Castle.
No, first castle, but then
castle,
it should be quite easy for white, because it's B3, Bishop B2. Okay, this is the queen on goes on C2, D2, maybe A3, rooks. So you don't have to think too much. Question is what black is going to do.
Yeah.
It's not very clear how you're going to develop your pieces. it's yeah. I'm
Obviously, you still have some difficulties with
it's
this
difficulty
as well.
because also bishop on c5. I mean, it's just, if this bishop was on e7, it would be it would be much better because then you have a normal hedgehog system and that's okay. But with bishop on c5, I don't know. It's
Somewhat of a surprising opening choice by Fabiano, right? Because
it's not
you get this type of positions.
But how often one Forest plays d4?
Not that often.
Exactly.
He's mostly an e4
Exactly. So mostly e4 player. So that's why I think it's probably maybe an element of surprise, a little surprise. So, but still the opening is. I'm sure Fabi could do a better job.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely.
In the opening, he still made it well.
Let's watch Prague's, the victor from last year here in Romania as well. He's playing Alireza.
Yeah.
We got.
Why do you play Queen b3? Huh?
That is a good question.
So why not knight f3 for just the more like
Knight
that?
f3s.
Because then after b6, maybe you can take on d5 and play queen c2 maybe. Yeah.
Right. Then you have to go.
I don't know. c5 dc5. Okay, it's the dc5. Yeah, it's,
Pawn sacrifice. Maybe I have, or maybe I don't.
No, maybe
Enough
it's okay.
compensation.
Maybe it's okay. The dc5, maybe you can play something like knight a6. I don't know. Just it's
Yeah.
or bishop b7 and rook c8, but it's still a pawn sacrifice. Yeah. So but it's also pawn. But now it's not pawn sacrifice because if you take on d5, e d5, take queen b4 check. Yes, this.
That is correct.
Yes,
This would be bad news.
It's exactly bad news. So
We're expecting maybe a3, knight f3.
but then just
E3.
But then bishop comes on e6 even, then this is just it's even better. Bishop goes on e6 and then c5, and as black has excellent position.
Black
So
should
the
not
whole-
have any issues in this position.
Yeah, it's c5 will be met by queen a3, so it's some kind of the Nakagonov Bondarevsky Tartakov system, but pawn on h7, which is probably slight edge for white, just because you better have pawn on h6. It's h6 bishop h4. We'll see. So that's the.
Gary, one more question before I let you go.
Well, we have not looked at.
We do have more games.
Yes, let's make
Let's
sure.
finish the round table.
Yes.
Yes. Let's go to Wesley versus Vincent. Okay, this seems.
What's the opening? D3.
Bishop b5. Okay.
A6.
That's some interesting, interesting opening play. It does seem like both players are right now out of their opening preparation.
D can take on e4 now, yes? Or
Yes.
Yes, I think.
E4 or d4?
No, e4. I would
E4,
take
yeah.
e4.
Yeah.
Or e4 rook to 1, yes, maybe. Maybe.
But how bad even this?
No, that's
could
like.
be? I mean, f5 seems to be the best
Why?
move, but
F5, yes. Why not f5? Yes.
f5 seems to be the best.
Yes, d5 castle. Why? What's knight d4? Maybe no, knight d4 doesn't work.
Bishop
No,
h4.
bishop h4. Yes,
Seems to be
yes,
very
yes,
strong.
Yes, very strong. Yes, yes.
Very strong.
Yes. So otherwise, then this black is doing fine. So what's left? Yeah, what game?
And the last one, I don't think we looked at this one, is MVL versus Anish.
That doesn't look very exciting. Another cattle one. So
I'm sure Anish has some remnants from the Canada's preparation because he played the Catalan himself. Perhaps he faced that as well.
bishop g5, a6, bishop f6, and that's time-wise. Yeah. Somehow
Yes.
this is MVL. Anish plays fast. MVL is yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one, I'm sure, is still in the
Yeah.
early innings.
Yeah, it's all in early, yes. But I've no doubt that we'll have exciting tournament here.
Once again, I need to drill this point, Gary. We're in the 11th year of
It's
the Grand Chess
it's
Tour.
11th year, yes.
How proud are you of this accomplishment after so many years?
No, I think it was always my dream to have this stable, ongoing, professional tour, and it's here, and it shows no signs of it being exhausted. Actually, it's expanding. Okay, thanks to our donors, first to St. Louis and to the Dragic family. But go back to the point we discussed 2 minutes ago. it's the for European and now Brazilian part, it's a commercial sponsorship. St. Louis, thanks to Rex and Ginny, so the single family, was probably the greatest donation of charitable funds to the game of chess. Here it's a mixture, but it's very important that it brings commercial benefits. So which hopefully will just pave the way for other corporations because they see the value. So now it's with this massive grant from the European Union to Romanian Chess Federation. If we could prove the value of chess and education, so just again to merge all these two biggest topics of AI and education, so then we can have a potential cooperation between politicians who are in charge of public money and corporations that are looking for just a big publicity and positive publicity. Chess has practically no downsides except the fact that FIDE is controlled by KGB, but that's we don't have to talk about it publicly.
Gary, thank you very much for stopping by. Once again, congratulations. Okay. We'll let you go enjoy the games.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Gary, for joining and sharing your thoughts. Nasi, where would you like to go?
Well, let's check in on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri's game. They were in this long theoretical line
of the Catalan. We saw bishop takes f6, and I'm expecting Maxime to recapture his pawn. Queen takes e4. As a Catalan player, I would really prefer to play moves like knight d2 and knight takes c4. But the problem is,
Black is prepared to play b5.
Exactly, at this moment, b5. So queen takes c4, you can still play b5, but I don't think that's a very good idea. I think it just leaves a couple of weaknesses, if you will, on the c file, and after queen c2, ask you, why did you aspire to play b5?
Yes, sir, you might be surprised by Maxime's last move. He didn't take on c4, he played a5 first. Also
still in keeping with the Catalan idea of, in case of b5, en passant. Again, as white, you would like to play moves like knight a3 and recapture with the knight, and that makes sense. Another reason to play a5 is I actually thought that in case of queen takes e4, Anish could aspire to play a5 himself, and I believe this is actually a variation that they do play, which is like to take, and play c6. And the idea behind black's a5, like you do in a good Slav, is you manage to...
a good outpost on b4, yeah.
Precisely. And more or less, black is close to equality. So the move a5 doesn't surprise, as white is looking to recapture his pawn under favorable conditions. Peter, weigh in. What has caught your eye?
Yeah, let's talk about this for a second, because there's actually a decent amount of surprising things that already happened, because the position of the bishop g5 is reasonably well known, and black generally replies by anything but h6. By far, the main theoretical move in this position is the move b7, b5, for instance.
Right.
There's a lot of theory there. White normally takes on f6, goes knight c3. Black, I think, the main move is supposed to be a slightly weird-looking move, queen d8, e8, which protects the pawn on b5 and also sidesteps some x-rays along the g file. This is honestly supposed to be a forced draw. Even I, a non-Catalan player, am sort of vaguely aware that this is supposed to be one of the ways to play this, which ends with precise play in more or less concrete equality. h6 is extremely rare. But Anish is very, very well booked up, and it's obviously not something he produced over the board.
Right.
And a5 is, honestly, feels like a mistake, frankly.
Really?
Queen takes c4, I understand the point you were making about a6, a5. It's perfectly valid. But those types of positions, I think these days are assessed as still slightly better for white.
Okay.
Because it's not that easy to equalize, and occasionally white manages to, if we can go back there for a second, just to talk about the structure for a bit. If you take on c4 here, black, let's say, goes a5, and bishop takes f3, as you said. Knight c3 takes c6. The problem for black is it's not that easy to play either c6, c5 or e6, e5. So you're more or less restricted to waiting. And
You have to put it on your board.
Yeah, okay. So I can do it. It's better to do this on my board. Sure. So in this position, if you take on c4, let's get this on the screen for now. Let's say white goes e3, black goes knight a6.
Right.
And for black, what you would like to do is to create some breaks in the center with maybe e6, e5, or c6, e5, probably e6, e5. But it's very difficult to organize. And for white, at some point you start pushing on the king side. There's also some ideas of eventually maybe getting this bishop all the way. Let's say let's add some moves. Something like this. Maybe I can put the bishop on b1 and create some kind of a battery on the king side, or on b1, h7 diagonal. I actually need a mouse for this. Yeah, I just realized that I can't do this with touch screen. And the problem for black, as I said, remains that you're very solid, but you're quite passive. And the engines appear to like the structures, even though winning them, of course, remains very difficult. But the move that MVL played, maybe slightly surprised by h6 from Anish, appears to give black a very decent position after both b5, en passant, c takes b6, queen takes c4, and you can play something like b5, followed by, let's say, queen b6, and black wants to play knight e7, rook fc8. And we got a version of the same position, but black is now not tied down at all. You can absolutely imagine black at some point starting to push on the queen side. It's a much better version of the same. And there's also a slightly quirky move, bishop c6, b5, with the intention of maybe pushing c7, c5, and equalizing straight away. So from a position where white, I think, were supposed to get your normal Catalan pressure, we're now going to get a position where black, I think, is just comfortable. So very nice opening bit of prep by Anish, I think, throwing MVL off the scent a little bit, and I think he's fine now.
Might get his rewards. Thank you, Peter. And we're going to take a look at some pie charts that Ben Underwood has put together for us.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see who's the favorite pre-tournament to win the tournament.
Whoa!
Oh. It's very close between Javokhir Sindarov and Fabiano Caruana. Of course, Sindarov's latest classical chess performance at the Candidates gives him such good odds to win the event. Anish in third, Alireza in fourth, Wesley in fifth, and Prague, last year's winner, having less than 7%. That's surprising.
And for MVL, I think for Maxime, one of the things that's really been remarkable about him is his consistency. How many times he's been in the second,
Played it for 10 times, and I think his worst result was third or second place.
It's amazing, and you're putting him near last place. I don't quite get that pie chart. As we get a view of the Central Bank of Romania, a very, very impressive looking stage for the players. Yeah, as Garry was saying, I think the idea of bringing prestigious events to these beautiful buildings really goes hand in glove with one another. I love this. I'm trying to think of the most impressive hall I've ever played in, and it might have been a cathedral in Barcelona. How about yourself, Peter? What's your most impressive hall?
I'm not sure. I played in a number of theaters, but I'm not sure about cathedrals or banks.
Yeah.
There was a program at some point where major tournaments were being held in art galleries, which was
beautiful.
Very nice, museum, very nice atmosphere created by that, of course. But the playing hall is stunning.
Yeah,
in Bucharest. I do want to say that it's quite stunning.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous. A4, A5 by Maxime, and Anish is giving that one some thought. Where would you like to take us?
I would like to go back to Jordan's game against Fabi, because we had this Nimzo with D6 Yasser that we did not expect to see.
For sure. The move, specifically here, C5, 92. I mean, they used to be playing back in the day D takes, E takes, D7, D5 as a kind of a religion, I want to say. And if you think about the Karpov versus Korchnoi Baguio City match, they looked at those positions in depth. The move D7, D6 is actually a surprise for me. And Jordan's response was actually pretty crafty. D4 takes C5, bishop takes C5. If the bishop was on E7, I would say this is nothing for white.
Right.
This kind of hedgehog structure. But with the bishop on c5, it's
a bit misplaced.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, you could be vulnerable to a knight c3 to a4 one day. Not immediately, of course, but this bishop could become a bit of a target. And I expected Jorden to follow up with a3, you know, so that you could play b4, get a little expansion on the queen side, and park your bishop on b2. Nope, Jorden had a completely different idea. Knight f4, restraining d6, d5, and opening up a pathway for the bishop. Oops, excuse me, that went too fast. Bishop e2.
I think after knight c6, we're already in a new territory. No games, at least in my database, that I can see.
A novelty. b2, b3. And again, you know, if the bishop were on e7, I'd say, fine, no problem, comfortable equality. The bishop just offsides, and I like white. I like Jordan's position.
What about you, Peter? Do you also prefer white here?
Yeah, it feels very pleasant. The choice of playing b3 over a3 before, as Yasser was indicating, is interesting. I think a3 was very logical. I think if you end up provoking a7, a5, you're happy. And if you end up getting b2 before, you also should be pretty happy.
Right.
But b3 bishop b2 is also, I played around with this position a little bit in the break, and there seems to be no way for black to do anything forcing in the center. You would like if black could organize rook d8, d5, I think Fabi would instantly be completely fine, but it doesn't seem to be working. And if white gets bishop b2 and then queen somewhere, rook to d1, it's maybe not a lot, but it's quite comfortable. It's very nice for white. You have decent central control, and eventually you will start doing something. You maybe don't have immediate threats just yet, but I'm picking white here.
Yeah.
Can white eventually start playing on the king side?
g4, g4.
And I'm looking at that. Looks pretty.
I can absolutely imagine some positions where this will be.
After you got your queen on d2, the bishop on b2. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea very much. Some issues that are lurking here for Fabi that he's going to have to solve. I wanted to just take a quick peek at the game of Wesley and Vincent, because I don't know who got wrong-footed here. As you were saying, Peter, after the move bishop e7, white usually plays moves like c3, rook e1, and does the standard maneuvering. But after the move h2, h3, Vincent spotted a moment that he could forcibly win the light-squared bishop. He played the move a7, a6 with the idea of simply hunting down the bishop. If you retreat the bishop, b5, bishop b3, knight a5, and black has favorable versions of where you've gone for the knight a5.
Yeah, h3 did surprise me, I have to say. Of the things you normally do in these positions, h3 seems to be the least necessary.
Right. It feels like it's mistimed, let's say. So after a6, bishop takes, and then Wesley said, well, you know, before you get to play c6, c5, and enjoy your two bishops, let me first play d3, d4. And we were having a little chit-chat after knight takes e4, rook e1, what black was going to do after rook e1. And I came up with bishop f5 that didn't work out very well.
Gary said f5 on air, and I think Machine agrees with Gary here. F5, d5 castles, and I think it's quite comfortable for black.
d5 or
d5?
d5 castles.
Castles, yeah. And
it kind of looks like a Petrov that black is actually happy about.
I think this is. We also should be quite happy about it because it feels like it could become quite sharp.
Yeah.
But no real reason, I think, for black to worry about this at all. Bishop pair, knight on e4 is going to be pretty hard to drive away. If you go knight bg2 here, I might even go d6, d5, just give you this passer on e5. I don't think I'm supposed to care about it. And then c5, bishop b6, and so on. And
I think soon white's going to start worrying about the position.
I think you have to be quite careful here with white. If you autopilot for about 2 moves too long, you might be in trouble.
Exactly. One of the things that you do try, because as you say, the tempi very, very important. This knight on e4, okay.
Well, you have to worry about bishop h4 in this position, right? This is constantly the question, is this anything? And it might be something, you know.
It might be something.
It might be
you're
something.
right. I was trying
You
to...
do have g3, but I will start sacrificing stuff, in particular because they're not my pieces.
Well put. Well played.
Yeah.
G3.
I'm instantly very drawn to the idea of knight takes f2 and f5 f4, which probably doesn't work, but they're not my pieces, as I said.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. Sadly it doesn't
It feels like in different move order it would work.
Well,
Maybe even start with f4.
Yeah.
But this is the important part about being a commentator, is we get to have a lot of fun sacrificing everybody else's pieces and not our own. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, you know, at the board, it crosses your mind. Like, what if I'm playing a berserk guy who's ready to sacrifice wood?
Bishop h4 wasn't a mistake, as we could see from the bar. Yeah, but I guess we should do it slightly more cleverly. Yeah, like maybe knight takes g3, maybe a 5 f4 here, but something.
Or
something
f5 f4 immediately. That wasn't it either.
Yeah, we can have a very interesting game here. Hopefully it gets sharp.
Tell us about Wesley.
Right, Wesley also has played a lot of Grandchester events. He's still very young, 32 years old. Current URS rating 2769, but he used to be 2800.
Yes.
And he won the Grandchester last time in 2021.
Exactly. It feels like, you know, he's 32 years young, but more or less when he came onto the scene as a 20-year-old, he's been in the world's top 10.
And we know how hard it is to maintain your level and stay in top 10.
Exactly, exactly. And just in Warsaw, he was actually one giving chase
to Hans.
To Hans for quite some time before.
Up until the last 3 rounds,
well,
yes.
Fabi went on a 5-0 streak, you know, to make it Hans and Fabi.
And Wesley won the 2026 American Cup.
Yes.
We were doing the commentary.
Exactly, exactly. So always a great competitor, Wesley. So as he's facing the challenge at the moment.
He said in one of the interviews, he's playing a lot of over-the-board chess, not so much online events, and looking forward to more classical chess.
Exactly. The more I'm looking at the move f5, and I'm not happy as rookie 1 f5, I'm kind of going back to the move d takes e5, and in case of castles, rookie 1 f5. Now this is a little bit different in the sense.
That's a different position. But I think I'm probably playing simply d65 here in this edition.
Exactly, exactly. In this case, maybe d65, Peter. And now, in case of knight d2...
Just take and go c5.
Yeah.
The kinds of positions you get in the open, but I think this is a very nice version for black because you have the bishop pair. Well, one thing to watch out for is not allowing bishop d2, g5 very easily, but we're not allowing bishop d2, g5. So we're going to play bishop e6, h6, and then start expanding in the center.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
Just very nice for black, I think.
Yeah, when I think about a open, the pawn would be on b5 and maybe a little bit awkward controlling the c5 square from White's point of view. So somehow I think Vincent is going to be pleased. And Nasi, turning to you.
Yes, let's go check how Pragg and Alireza are doing. We had the interesting opening line.
Somehow they've transposed, don't ask me how, into Spassky Fischer? No, it's not quite.
Not exactly, because
b5.
White actually is enjoying a small wrinkle here. The knight is on e2, not f3. I think in all of those Spassky Fischer games, the knight got developed to f3 very early on.
Right.
And it's much better on e2 here, because it will go to f4 eventually, which is a very, very nice square.
Well, in fact, what else?
G3 is very strong here.
G3
You could actually begin with G3, yeah. Knight f4 is good, but G3 might be even stronger.
But
because
Peter, what about bishop G4 here?
I guess we don't care all that much. We go bishop G2, we take with the king, we go rook HD1, I think.
Yeah, you'll
probably,
still castle in 2 moves.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be a little bit scared here, but I guess it's all temporary.
It's the old castles by hand routine.
Yep. And then we have the long-term advantage. Good bishop and the hanging pawns in the center.
Yeah. You probably... You probably will have to include d takes c5 here, because if black plays something like queen e6 in this position, you probably don't want to allow c5, c4. But after d takes c5 and rook hd1, you do have kind of a stable, lasting advantage. And the king on e2 will be on g1 in no time at all. So.
Let's go back just a second, because hold on, let's go back. So g2, g3. So back in my day, one of the things that they like to do here as black is...
or even king f8, right?
Yes, king f8. Okay, so black is looking to equalize by capturing and trading
So is this the time we take on c5?
Okay, takes, let's take with the rook. I'm not sure now.
Too many options.
Yeah,
well,
this is
okay.
This is decent for black. Yeah.
Let's say a castle.
Castle, and let's say this knight for whatever reasons.
Is it going to c4? No.
No.
I think black plays c5, c4, and then rook b8 and claims that they're fine. This is still very adjacent to all of those Spassky-Fischer games.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprisingly, queen b3 does not refute the queen's gambit, but you do have a bit of a pull here with white. It's not entirely equal just yet.
In fact, when Garry was with Cristian, his first reaction is, "What is the queen doing on b3?" Garry knows a thing or two about the queen's gambit decline, having played 5 matches with Anatoly Karpov.
I think I can sort of explain what the queen is
B3?
doing on b3. The queen is preventing knight takes c3 and d5. If you play something like e2, e3 instead,
yes,
which I think you would like to do normally,
yes,
black instantly equalizes by taking on c3 and going e6, e5.
The Lasker.
Yeah, it's a very good version of the Lasker. The moment you free up the bishop on c8, you're problem-free, pretty much.
Gotcha.
So what we're doing by playing queen b3 is we are always going to recapture on c3 with a queen, basically, making e6, e5 much harder to organize.
So the idea is any knight takes c3, queen takes c3, defends, well, attacks c7 and defends against e5 breaks.
Yeah.
Couldn't white just play knight f3 to stop e5?
I think he wants it on e2. I think the point is he wants it on e2, yeah. And we were discussing this off air at some point. Queen b3 did allow c7, c5, but I think it's a good practical choice by Pragg, because if you blitz all of this out and you ask Alireza to sacrifice a very solid pawn by move 8, he probably won't be very confident this works, even though it does work. I can maybe show some lines there. After queen b3, you can go c7, c5 straight away, and if you take on d5 and take on c5, as Yasser is showing on his board, after knight c6, it's actually very, very difficult to stabilize with white here, shockingly, because black wants knight f3, knight takes d4 is just, I think, straight up bad, right?
Peter, we have your board now. So
yeah, okay. So knight d5, e5, rook c5, knight c6. The best line here is queen e3, trying to save some time, but black goes bishop e6. And then the plan for black, the plan for black here is just to put a rook on c8, which one is probably relevant, and then go b6, knight b4, and launch some kind of an attack on the queen side. And white is so undeveloped, you have to play very precisely not to be significantly worse, which is, it kind of shocked me, but...
Why are we playing queen e3, Peter, or why not queen c3?
If you play queen c3 instead,
tactics?
The same line just comes faster. Black goes bishop d7, and then rook c8, and then
bishop
b6.
d7.
And you've taken away squares from your rook as well.
Right.
So you'll still have to make a second move with the queen, because the moment b6 appears as a threat, you will have to move the queen again. So you're not winning any time.
Pragg has chosen g3. Pragg has played g3.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be shocked if he actually still knows what's going on, because this is what Alireza played is a very logical reaction to his novelty. So yeah, g3, and Yasser's suggestion of rook c8, king f8 is absolutely playable. You can also, I mean, black has a number of lines which are evaluated very similarly as ever so slightly better for white.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, sir. Would you be uncomfortable in this position with the black pieces?
No, I wouldn't. I'd actually feel like I've got my pieces out. And again, white's bishop g2 castles, right? If you get bishop d2 castles and knight f4 in, then you've got play, but I'm thinking rook c8, king f8, and I've, as Peter's saying, if I in the near future threaten to play the move c5, c4, it might occur that you have to take. So, for example, let's say once again we were walking down this pathway, right? Bishop g2, castles, and preparing to castle, sorry, king f8. And if you take on c5, I was having this kind of pause here. Yeah, because one of the things that I was thinking about is after castles, I went knight f6.
You want to go c4?
c4, knight c5, right? But I don't think this works because d5 is a little bit soft.
It is soft, but it's defendable. I'm not going to win that.
Yeah, it takes some time.
And you're, if I'm trading queens, your king is so close.
Exactly. So I think we've got a great middle game coming up in this one.
Should we check how the tournament pre-favorite Sindarov is doing in his game?
Yeah, because Peter, we were having this off-air conversation while Garry was saying, wait a minute, Bogdan is playing a King's Indian, but then he plays d takes e5, and you were saying knight d2. This is an easy equality for black. You felt that?
Yeah, I think this is completely fine for black, and there is even a choice. As you can see, none of this is even new. There is not a lot of games, but some games which reach this position. Bishop takes d5, I feel, is a comfortable equality. Maybe knight takes e4, honestly, is a comfortable equality as well, but I would not be very happy playing that move. I think trading e4 for b7 might actually give white a little bit of a bite. But bishop takes d5 is completely fine. Rook ac8, I suspect, is completely fine as well. So, yeah, no, Sindarov is okay. The question is whether this could liven up and give him winning chances. I'm not sure about that. I think it's probably solid and safe enough for Bogdan's to never really run any risks.
Do you think Deac was surprised by the King's Indian and that's why he chose this exchange variation?
I don't know. Sindarov does play a little bit of the King's Indian at least. He's won a very beautiful game against Bluebaum and Weich playing the King's Indian, and there are some other examples. So it shouldn't have been a complete shock. And with Bogdan, I think what you get is he is a very kind of a polarized player, because he either plays extremely sharp things for a win or extremely solid things not to lose. And maybe today is just a day where he chose to play not to lose. And he shouldn't. But yeah, it's not the most ambitious reply to the King's Indian.
Exactly. I'm just putting some moves on my board, and I'm just thinking, you know, sometimes you just break down as follows. You say, I'm white, I've got a pass pawn on d5, I'm really happy. Then you're thinking from your opponent's point of view, wait a minute, I've blockaded your pass pawn, and give me a chance to play moves like f7, f5, rook c8, and I've got a majority as well. Why am I even worse, right? And
yeah, I don't think black is worse.
I don't think so either. I think suddenly you start to realize that there's no advantage at all for white in this position that Peter was mentioning. Bishop takes d5.
I think on all boards right now we have quite balanced positions, except for Jorden and Fabi. I think Jorden got some small advantage in the opening after Fabi chose that d6 line.
It goes to show what, you know, preparation at the highest level is so hard to get advantages.
I mean, especially preparing against Fabi. You can play anything. And I think he just made a move after bishop b2. He's chosen a bishop d7.
Yeah, there was a... I like what Fabi's done, by the way. I think this move knight a4 is really genuinely annoying, and the idea.
So you have to deal with that, solve a problem.
Exactly, and it's a constant thorn. So this idea of playing knight e5 and bishop d7, I think is a very good one, and even this knight on f4 kind of bothers me. I wouldn't mind trading and putting my bishop on c6. And then at last I start to feel a little bit confident about my position, but I like this. I did not see knight e5 and bishop d7 as we were getting. I was just looking at it from White's point of view and thinking, gosh, I kind of
It looks good. He didn't really consider black's best option.
Exactly. And knight e5 and bishop d7 was nicely found there by Fabi.
Yeah, what do you think, Peter? Before we go there, let's take a look at the snapshot of Jorden van Foreest, the newcomer to the Grand Chess Tour.
He has played as a wild card in the past, but now
Full
is
tour
a full
player.
tour player.
And as Peter pointed out in the intro, we have, for the first time, 2 Dutch players as full tour players. He's only 26 years old, currently over 2,700, and he has won the Tata Steel Masters in 2021. And more notably this year, not long ago, he defeated Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Jordi, interesting history. I think it was 10 years ago. He's one of the youngest Dutch champions ever. He's like 16
And he
or
comes
17.
from a family of chess players, right?
Exactly.
His siblings play chess.
Yeah, Lucas, his brother, very, very strong.
His sister as well, a strong
his
player.
sister, yeah. And also, I believe it was his grandfather who played in the Dutch championships as well. So a long bloodline, I want to say, of Dutch players.
We're very happy to see him join the tour.
Exactly. He and Anish, the top 2 Dutch players.
Yes, sir. I think we reached the time to take our first break.
Indeed.
And on our break, we're going to see the clips of the opening ceremony and then one-on-one interview with Anish Giri. So enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
The 2026 Super Chess Classic Romania began with its opening ceremony on Wednesday.
It's a pleasure to welcome you at the Grand Chess Tour Super Chess Classic on behalf of Super and the Super Foundation as well, which I'm proud to be part of. We are very pleased and proud as well that Romania is today recognized as one of the leading chess capitals in Europe. Those kind of things, in my experience, don't happen by accident. Over the next several days, the players will demonstrate what years of rigorous preparation and competitive excellence look like on the highest levels.
Thank you very much, Sasha and Mr. Thank you very much, the governor, and also thank you all very much for coming in, because again, it's chess is not a game played, just in a dark corner of a cafe anymore. We need public, we need people who are interested. And it's not just the people who are watching us online from every corner of the globe, but those who are physically sitting here and just, sharing this positive energy. Thank you very much, and again, I believe this tournament will be even better than the previous tournaments. Thank you.
I'm happy to be playing the Grand Chess Tour again, and it's going to be a really important event. I mean, every event is really important, but the classical portion I want to do especially well, and I hope I'll be in good shape.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful place. It's my first time in Romania. I enjoyed. Opening ceremony was beautiful. I saw Garry first time, and yeah, everything fantastic.
Yeah, wonderful. Very excited to play in a bank. It's the first time ever happened. I think it's really wonderful that they had this venue for playing chess. It's really incredible.
The stage is set for another thrilling stop on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. Anish Giri was born in Russia in 1994 to a multicultural family with Dutch and Nepalese roots. Growing up across several countries, Giri developed an early passion for chess and quickly revealed exceptional talent. By the age of 14, he had already earned the title of Grandmaster, becoming one of the youngest players in history to do so. Representing the Netherlands, Giri soon became known as one of the most creative and deeply prepared players of his generation. His style combined precise calculation with elite opening knowledge, making him one of the toughest opponents in world chess. As he climbed the rankings, he established himself as a regular competitor in the game's most prestigious tournaments. Giri gained worldwide attention not only for his results, but also for his sharp wit and engaging personality. Through interviews and social media, he brought humor and accessibility to elite chess, helping connect the game with a broader, modern audience. Over the years, he achieved victories against many of the world's strongest players, including Magnus Carlsen, and consistently remained among the top-ranked grandmasters in the world. In 2023, Giri captured one of the biggest titles of his career by winning the prestigious Tata Steel Chess Tournament outright. Beyond tournament success, Anish Giri has become one of chess's most recognizable ambassadors, respected for his intelligence, resilience, and ability to balance elite competition with charisma and humor. His career reflects both the evolving global nature of chess and the new generation of players shaping the game's future.
Anish, welcome to GCT, welcome to Bucharest. Does it feel great to be back as a full tour player?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited. Especially was happy to receive the invitation because I knew I was going to do all this candidates preparation. It would be such a shame to let it go to waste. Now I can try use it here as well.
Speaking about the candidates, which finished just like a couple of weeks ago, did you have time to recharge, to refresh? And also, what do you think now about this event after some time?
Yeah, I was actually initially thinking of the candidates because we worked so hard with my team before, and I thought it's going to be such a long, tiring tournament. I thought like I'm going to just be like completely done for a long time, but actually after just a few days got an invite to some training camp and thought why not, and I had a very fun training session. I ended up not having the kind of rest that I thought I was going to have. I mean, I hope that's just because I love chess and everything's good. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. After the candidates, we kind of back to chess very quickly, and yeah, now ready for another tournament.
But it seemed like you really didn't have a break. It shows how much actually really you love chess.
Yeah, well, I had a break. I just in your head you think like you need but I mean after a couple of days I was very, very tired for 2.5 days. Like I really was very, very tired. But honestly, so I had at some point a full day that I was sort of going along everywhere, but I felt like I'm not there. So I was really, really tired, and I thought that I might feel this way for a while now. But then next day I woke up, I was feeling like fine, and so I mean I think after a couple of days I was sort of fine. But maybe I'm still tired. We'll see.
This is the advantage to be still so young, Anish. But speaking about this event, it probably doesn't feel this way for you when you look at all these kids playing in the tournament.
Well, I had an experience earlier this year in the Paikidze, in the Tata Steel tournament, where there were 14 players and I was the oldest there. So after that, I think nothing can shock me anymore. But of course, I'm used to the fact that a lot of the players here are very young, and I get to know them more and more. And some of them have such a professional approach to chess, and so inspiring to see how hard they're working and how much support they're getting and using. And yeah, it's only inspiring for a player like me.
Yeah, so you get more motivation, let's say, playing against these guys, and do you learn something from them?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm learning not only from the way they play, but also from the way they train on chess. Because again, as I said, like some of the youngsters are, probably all of them actually, but definitely it's those who I know, they like really very professional. And they also have the support, so it is maybe easier for them to take those professional decisions, and they work really, really hard. And they have everything kind of set for that one mission to become a better player, and that's inspiring. So this is also something I'm trying to do for a long time.
And speaking about youngsters, Faustino Orr became the grandmaster just a few days ago at the age of 12 only. Like, does it show that chess is in good hands in the future? And what do you think when he can join GCT event if he can do this?
Yeah, no, for sure. Everybody's getting very young now. Initially, a 12-year-old was a record. At the time, it was a big outlier. But now already there are a few players at 12, a lot at 13. I was a grandmaster at 14, and I'm no longer in the list. Like they usually crop me out of it because the list is getting like there's too much volume there. And so yeah, obviously the access to good learning tools is getting better and better, and people, the coaching is improving. Some of the younger players are more professional from an earlier age than they used to be. So everybody's getting better and better earlier. But it is still difficult, even when you have everything you have and the talent and hard work and everything is right and you are very young and very good, still to make that step to become, a top player and then from then on to become a world champion, it's still very, very difficult. So I think even those great youngsters, they will struggle with that because it's not easy usually. But in terms of joining the Grand Chess Tour, I wonder because obviously you would think that Faustino on the trajectory to become a top player at the age of 16, probably. But there are many others, and Grand Chess Tour has only 10 or 9 regular tour participants. I want one spot tour, and you have so many great players. I don't know who and how will make the cut because there's also Nogmush, who is already at the level where he probably will do fine in a field like Grand Chess Tour, and probably he will try to get the spot for already next year. And you have still all these players who will be around for a while, like Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa, Sindarov, Abdusattorov, and Vincent, and they're not going anywhere. And Fabiano and Wesley also still want to play chess, right? So there's so many players competing for these spots that you wonder, not every year everybody will make the cut. For example, this year I think Abdusattorov is not part of the.
No, he's not a full tour player.
Yeah, and it's not a problem. It's not an issue for neither organizer nor Deac, but just you have this 10 players, and you have more than 10 players who are good. Somebody will be missing out one year or the other, and but that's fine. That's sport, and I hope for Faustino he'll be able to break through as well.
But coming back to you, you are the full tour player this time. What are expectations you have this year?
Play the first Grand Chess Tour, I think 11 years ago. I remember it was around 2015. No, it was not the first. I played early, I think from 2013. I played the first edition, but I did very well in 2015. I think I shared. I was in the final, and I think I finished second of the overall tour just behind Carlsen. And even that, actually, I had a chance. We had to play tiebreak. I played with Maxime, and then Maxime played with Carlsen. So it was a very, very close affair back in 2015. And the format was different back then. All tournaments were classical. Now you have also rapid. But I still want, at some point, as it's been 10 years, I want to once again fight for the first place. And I think I'll have to work really, really hard, and I have to get very, very lucky. But I already try to once again do it because I've played many, many editions, and I don't think I've ever done that well anymore. For the past 10 years, and maybe it's time to, it's time. When I played Carlsen, I played in many, many games, and I beaten him once, and on our first game. And then next time I beat him, it was they said it is on the exact same day, but something 12 years later or something like that, or 13 years later, So it takes sometimes so long for me. But eventually, maybe I can manage. So
I will follow very closely how you play, Anish, this season. All the best of luck for you in this event and in the next events. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 1 of the second leg of Grand Chess Tour. Back to classical chess, Yasser.
Exactly. I was just listening to the one-on-one there that we had with Anish. Every half generation, every 12 years, he beats Magnus Carlsen.
Hey, that's a big achievement.
That's tough. What's caught your eye, Peter, in this round 1 of the Grand Chess Tour?
There's a very interesting and a very crucial moment in the game between Pragg and Alireza right now, and we can maybe switch to that and begin with that. And Pragg is going to have to make a move which I think is going to be quite difficult because we have just gotten this beautiful bishop on g2, and Alireza very logically is trying to trade it off the board. And if you allow the trade, Black I think is instantly completely fine.
Right.
White does have a bit of a push if he does choose to play f2, f3 here.
It's not a
but
nice
I don't think
way
it's
of
an easy
treating
move to
bishop.
make. Yeah. You generally are conditioned not to make moves like this, and even after f2, f3, play is not that obvious. Yeah, if you play bishop f5, the strongest is to go knight f4, and then Black has to make some choices. Knight f6 is playable, rook f8 is playable, but both of them have their own problems. And
is White
Alireza
planning to put the king on f2?
In some cases, or castle as well. We're keeping our options open here. But the biggest question is you have to steel yourself to play f3. If you don't, your advantage is more or less entirely gone. So Pragg is now facing an important turning point in the game.
I'm sure he is considering it, but yeah, F3 is kind of hard to play.
It's not a nice way of treating the bishop on G2.
Or
but,
pawn on E3.
Yeah, but I'm with Peter. If you just simply castle and allow bishop takes G2, that's an instant equality. You've got nothing to play for. And F3, bishop, back to F5, you can castle and knight F4, and you can play for the weakness on D5. I'm on a different game. I'm on the game between MVL and Anish Giri. It actually caught Peter's attention, and he was explaining that way back in the day, they did not play the move H7, H6, and literally everything but H6 had been tried by Black. But after H6 and A5, Peter was saying this change of structure, normally when White plays A5 and en passant, the Black structure is compromised because there's a pawn on B6. But in this particular setup, the two bishops are wonderful compensation.
And the pawns head into B5 and queen to B6, yeah.
And Peter was saying, you get in a position like this where you play knight D7, you bring your rooks into the center, and then soon you start thinking about A5 and B5, and as a good Grunfeld player, Peter understands what the queenside majority can look like.
So are we starting to like Black's position?
Yeah, that's precisely the way I was feeling. I was kind of warming up. And again, Peter, you know, 3 lifetimes of playing the Grunfeld. But, you know, this bishop on F6, okay, admittedly, it's not on G7, but it's on a very good diagonal.
Yeah, it's sort of familiar territory here for me. And also there is a specific tactic here which prevents White from pushing in the center. If you play E2, E4 here, the problem with E2, E4 is you immediately run into trouble after B5, B4. And you would like to play knight A4, but after takes, and then bishop takes D4, which I think is missable from afar, you are probably just straight up lost because you have lost the central pawn for not very much, as you can see on the analysis diagram there. The pin along the D file costs White a full pawn, and you end up in a very, very bad position. So MVL is still not in any kind of serious trouble, but he does need to pay attention. And he did play E2, E3, which I think is a pretty logical move here, trying to blunt the bishop on F6. But now after something like knight D7, I think Black is very comfortable. I think if you have to pick a side, I think you're picking Black here. Knight D7, now that White has declared they're not going to play E3, E4, the bishop probably gets dropped back to E7, where it does more things. The knight maybe goes to F6, you put a rook on C8, you have a majority on the queen side, as as Yas pointed out. So just a comfortable position for Anish in this first round of the tournament.
Looks so.
Is the opening gone well?
We have a special about the
Romanian playing
Central
in such
Bank.
A beautiful building, and let's take a look at a close-up of the building from inside and out.
Yeah, real historic one, as you could tell from the
located
footage.
in Bucharest historic Lipscani district, the National Bank of Romania Museum is housed inside the city's striking old palace building. The museum explores Romania's financial history through rare gold coins and historic banknotes. With its grand neoclassical architecture and ornate interior halls, the museum offers viewers a glimpse into both Romania's economic past and one of Bucharest's most impressive historic landmarks.
Yeah, when they were setting up the stage, and I was seeing this incredible chandelier, and I thought, that chandelier probably weighed about a ton. I said, could you scoot my game just a little bit
far away from it?
Far away from the chandelier. You know? It's very, very impressive. I remember, I think it was Kasparov-Karpov match that they played in the Hall of Columns in Moscow, where they actually buried Kremlin leaders and such. It was pretty impressive, ornate hall here. Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful place. And I believe this is first time they're playing in this playing hall, right?
Exactly. And as Gary says, it's nice to play where they keep the money. And I'm just picking up the game between Bogdan-Daniel and Sindarov. And Sindarov didn't take
He's
on
doing
E4.
a lot of walking in the playing hall. Every time we get a shot off the playing hall, he's the one walking around.
He's the one pacing, yeah. And Sindarov didn't do anything. He played B. Yeah. Actually, you know, that's a pose that Daniel uses a lot.
Right?
Yeah.
I think when he does that, he's just trying to calculate.
Yes, in his mind, he's already got a very, very clear picture. Hikaru also looks away from the chess table, and Vasil Ivanchuk looks up in the air, and Boris looks at
down.
Yeah, but they have a very clear picture. None of the knight takes e4 variations we considered, or bishop takes d5. Instead, Javokhir just played the move b7, b6, and said, "Your turn, do your worst." And
I don't see any problems here for black.
The one thing to say about this is that if you took on d5 instead of b6, you would at least.
Yasser.
yeah,
if
bishop takes d5. E takes d5.
You're giving me a passed pawn.
Right, and I'm threatening d5.
And you don't have the knight d6 like in other lines that you showed us, unless you go knight d4 right now.
Okay.
And manage to blockade right on time.
Can I? I mean, I understand you're threatening to take on g5. I was thinking of d6.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Maybe
Does it
you
work?
could. I don't know. I've got c1 protected with my bishop.
We're blundering something, so let's figure out. The engine didn't love d6.
I guess it's rook takes c4.
And then nope, not
No.
this.
d7.
Oh, nice in between move.
Right. But I was thinking about,
Yeah,
what
this
am
is
I missing?
Very fun line. Maybe black. Can we take bishop? No, it would still be hanging. Trying to take on d6 and on g5 and not lose my rook, but I can't make it.
Well, I see the eval bar on the left side of my border saying black has an excellent move right here. And I can't think of what it might be. Knight takes g5, d7.
Well, with engine's help, I can tell you that it's knight takes d6.
Knight takes d6?
Oh yeah, the pawn is just hanging. Why didn't we not?
No, I've got c1
There's
protected.
rook d8 at the end.
Rook takes c1,
Yes.
rook takes c1, rook d8.
Yeah, we saw this and we thought after bishop c1 we're up a piece, but rook d8.
Nice. Simple chess.
Yeah, very simple, extra pawn.
And
of course, black has good chances to win this.
Precisely, and we're pinned along the d file. Got it. So yeah, then you could he could have taken on d5, taken on d5, knight e4.
Yeah.
And then I'd have to probably retreat my bishop in this case.
And it's still completely fine, but at least it's not as symmetrical as the game is right now. Because if
imbalanced, yeah.
If you give white, as Sindarov has done, if you give white the choice of playing f2, f3, maybe I will be taking on d5 with a rook even.
Right.
And the only reason I bring this up is that b6 is, I think, a move that is more content with the game ending in a draw than bishop takes d5, because I think it's much, if you don't break the symmetry, how are you going to be playing this for a win with black?
Of course.
Is my question.
No.
But you're completely fine regardless. It's not that black is in any kind of trouble. That's not the argument I'm making. It's just that it's much more solid for white if you allow white to play f3.
Exactly.
Thank you, Peter. I want to draw your attention to Vincent Keymer's position against Wesley.
Right.
I think they followed one of the lines we're looking at, and we might get that exciting position with bishop h4.
Ah, the one where Peter wanted to sacrifice all of Vincent's pieces for him.
Exactly. This is the critical moment. Will he go for bishop h4? Because I think after g3, knight f2 does work.
This is a different position, though. We had the knight on g2, and it was much better for white.
Really?
The line I was giving wasn't working then, is working now.
Oh, knight f2 works here.
Yeah, knight f2 and f4 actually does work. And it
Let's
wasn't
take a
working
look.
with knight on g2 at all. I wonder why. I guess f3 is less protected.
Yeah, let's take a look because it's all fun.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we can maybe switch to my board. So knight d4 is already on the board. Bishop h4 seems...
So the line we were looking at, Peter, was knight d2, d5. And then knight d4, bishop f2.
But, yes, it's my screen, so...
Oh, sorry, please.
Yeah. Let's try to give the viewers a chance to follow what we're saying. Bishop h4 here seems very, very logical, and I wonder, I think Wesley probably will play something safe like rook f1, and he's still okay. But if you do play g3, knight takes f2, king takes f2, and f5, f4 is incredibly strong here, because after g takes h4, queen takes h4, king e2, the comparison between the knight on c3 and on d2 here is that now f3, knight f3, rook takes f3. And without the knight on d2, you will have to take with the king, and now you get mated. So this is a very, very big difference compared to the position we were discussing.
Yeah, it makes all the difference.
Just briefly to show the viewers the difference. If you do exactly the same thing with black, with the knight here on d2, there's actually no way to go through because the king never appears on f3. So both of them will be able to calculate this. This is not really, it's spectacular, it involves a lot of sacrifices, but it's not difficult. So I'm pretty sure Wesley will not allow any of this. And after bishop h4, you can play something like rook f1.
But rook f1 is such an unhappy move.
Yeah, but after c5, black starts expanding in the center. It's actually a pretty nice position for black. You maybe could be excused in thinking that knight c6 could be good here, but because the bishop on h4 still controls the e7 square, you can just play queen e8, and the knight on c6 is in trouble. Queen takes d5 is a check, but it immediately loses a lot of material to bishop e6 and then queen takes c6. So if rook f1 c5, the knight is supposed to go back, and after knight f3, black has a number of very comfortable choices. Bishop e6 is playable, bishop b7 is playable, even d5, d4 I think is playable. So Vincent is doing well, and Wesley will have to be careful.
Oh, thank you, Peter.
And this is all because the desired g2, g3, so-called winning material, yes, it wins material, but you could be losing the game. And after f5, f4, Peter, I mean, it's a piece, but there's no other choices after f3
Yeah, your king side collapses, and it feels like it's just no good at all. g3...
So g3, I'll just...
Knight f2.
Knight f2, king f2, f4. I mean, I got my running shoes on. Can I take two
pieces? Looking at Vincent's face, I think he's calculating exactly these lines.
I'm sure he is. Queen takes h4 check. I see the chess bar just hates white's position.
Yeah, this line we've
and there's no running, huh?
I guess maybe I can throw in c6, c5 here even, because I do want to have bishop f5 check on tap, right?
Yes.
And some queen c4 check as well. Yeah, this looks over.
I don't know if you immediately understand you're completely winning with black, but I think you're very attracted to it because it feels like it should be good, right?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
It's too tempting to not go for it, too.
Yes.
And Peter, I have a question. So after bishop h4, you showed us rook f1. Could Wesley play rook e2? Is that slightly better or no?
Rook e2 is similar to rook f1. I think choosing between the two is going to be the one question Wesley has. Both are okay, and both are slightly better for black. So
after rook e2, c5, yeah?
c5, the engine even plays king g8, h8, says nothing is actually hanging, you don't have to protect anything, king h8 is useful. I have no idea why king h8 is so important here, but it's one of the suggestions.
That's rather
But I think c5 is normal.
You know, you play a move like knight d4, threatening the pawn on c6, and the guy shows no class whatsoever. It goes king h8. No, complete lack of understanding.
Yeah, after... Well, will Vincent play bishop h4? That's the question. If not, bishop h4?
I think he will, because it's... I mean, the other option, I guess, is kind of similar. You can play bishop c5, or you can make a waiting move like queen d7 or queen e8. But bishop h4 does feel like a very, very natural thing to try and do.
Well, but now that you mentioned bishop c5...
Bishop e3...
Then I could put my queen on h4? No.
Yeah.
You then have knight f3. Hold on, how would this work? Bishop to c5, bishop to e3.
Yeah, Peter's showing us on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop e3.
And give me the line, Peter.
F4 looks very attractive, but somehow knight takes c6 works out.
Knight takes c6 works.
Yeah, you can take on f2 as check, right? But it seems to not actually win anything significant. e(f2),
king goes
h2.
to h2.
And I also have queen takes d5 threats, which is even more painful.
So we don't get a rook and 2 pieces?
I think queen takes d5 intermediate is regrettable. If f2 takes e1 is sadly not a check. If that was a check, Black probably is winning. Yeah, but it's not a check, which gives white a chance to go queen takes d5 check, and it's almost.
I'm a little curious. So I've got 2 bishops, and a pawn or 2 for the queen.
But it's blockade. I guess it's not quite enough, right? After rook f1, I guess. Or
White's king looks totally safe. So.
Yeah.
Well, that is so weird. So I've got a pass pawn on f2.
Yeah, looking pretty, but it's not moving.
But it's okay. I've got 2
play d4 at some point. D4 bishop c4 is your plan?
No, I'm much more happy just
queen e2.
Playing,
let's say rook f8, rook a d1, and I want to play rook 1 d2 and just give. I want to return 1 exchange for your passer on f2 if possible.
I'm but
you'll play rook f7 or rook f5 here, and honestly, in a practical game, this is still very much in play.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like if I put my actually pawn on a6 is hanging, so I'd end up having to put my rook on c4, my rook on f8.
Black's moves do come easy.
Yeah, it's a weird positional queen sacrifice. Two bishops and a pass pawn on f2. Intriguing. But, okay, besides f4, Peter, is queen h4 not a...
What's your threat? You want to play f4 now?
I want to play
not have knight c6 with a tempo, right?
I guess knight f3 handles it all right. Sorry, queen h4 does not work.
Yeah, Vincent's taking a long think here. I'm sure he's considering bishop h4. And let's take a look at the snapshot of Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, very successful young man. I remember when he was in his teens, Peter Liko was singing his praises and saying, watch out for this
Peter's
kid.
His coach, right?
Yes. Watch out for this kid. And
he was absolutely right.
He sure was.
Yeah, he was only a half point behind, didn't make it to the candidates this year, but he definitely deserves a spot in the candidates.
Yes, his Matthias Boombaum, his compatriot, actually saved a crucial game, crucial half point in the last round. As Vincent is looking at his choices, he's playing against Wesley So, bishop c5, attractive move, but as the engine is showing us, bishop h4, attacking from the king side, and, because you usually play bishop c5, right? But it's bishop h4 that is the way for him to go. And after rook e2, rook f1, we've been looking at this position.
You can also go slower. You can go queen d7, which is weirdly slightly stronger than queen e8 instead of bishop h4, even one move earlier, which introduces another option for black, just not going for anything tactical just yet and playing queen d7 here. Just intending to prepare and play c6, c5.
But Peter, so where did white, quote unquote, go wrong? Because we are liking this position with black.
I think it began with h3 and then d3, d4 was just wrong. I think if we are to look for the start of Wesley's problems, it was the choice to play d3, d4. If we can go back to whichever.
Yeah.
So if we go back to this position, okay, we played h3, we had to give up a bishop pair, but we can play something like knight c3. And now if black simply castles, now we will play d3, d4, and we will get the position I'm sure Wesley was aiming for, which is a kind of a tempo down Steinitz, but a position which I think is quite enjoyable for white in general. And the big question is what happens if black plays c6, c5. And here, the fact that we played h2, h3 actually comes in handy because we can go knight h2 and then f2, f4 next move. Black is not doing poorly here, but at least your play kind of makes sense from a strategic viewpoint for white. you created a square for this knight. You will, let's say, play castles f4. He takes f4, bishop takes f4, and we get a game. It's a kind of a position which you definitely do not hate with white at all. But h3 in connection with d3, d4, and move 8, leaving the e4 pawn unprotected, is how Wesley got into this mess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's funny how what on the surface, Peter, appears kind of a natural move, especially after you've kind of given up this light squared bishop. You're feeling like, oh my gosh, I've lost the 2 bishops. I've got to get something for it, right? So you want to play d3, d4, and kind of wrong foot Vincent. But the problem was that, as we've seen, this move f5 was very well played, and after knight c3, d5, black's knight on the center is very annoying.
Yeah.
And if I have to play f2, f3, I start to wonder, wait a minute, I'm playing h3 and f3. I'm not a happy camper. But knight d4 on the board. Oh, did he play bishop h4?
No, I think he's still thinking.
But one of the things, as you were talking, Peter, it did go through my mind that, wait a minute, queen e8, I don't have to play bishop h4.
No, you don't.
That's a really good move.
And I was trying to figure out why queen d7 appears to be slightly more precise than queen e8, and I think the difference is the move specifically after queen e8, let's show queen e8, because the explanation, I think, comes from there. Okay. Here, white can go knight c to e2.
Knight on c to e2.
And we're now preparing to play f2, f3, and if you play c5, I will play knight b3, and your central pawn is hanging, which is relevant. And this gives white a tempo to do something. Black is still fine, but you have to pay attention to the pawn on d5. And if you imagine the same position with the queen on d7, now that we've shown this, if you play queen d7 and white does the same, we go c5, and after knight b3, we will very happily go c5, c4.
By the way, I was just watching the screen, and Keymer had 100% accuracy, but after his last move, it dropped a little bit to 98.5.
Oh,
he did play bishop c5. Okay.
Yes, he played bishop c5.
And the engine definitely thought
Didn't love it. I mean, it's still a fine move, of course, but it wasn't the engine's top choice.
Top choice. Queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7 is difficult, I think, because I think your mind is, and your hand is very much drawn to queen e8. Not blocking your own bishop, aiming it maybe at the g6 square, which looks like a very nice square for the queen, kind of aiming at the white king side. But queen d7 does appear to have been slightly more precise.
You know, I think queen d7 is a very strong move for the reasons that you've pointed out. I think for coaches, it's a type of thing that scholastics, chess coaches, drives them crazy, because they say they're telling their children, you know, develop your pieces and the queen.
Yeah, develop them to good squares.
Goes right in front of the bishop on c8, and you know. But coach, my stockfish, it likes queen d7.
Well, yes, sir. Before we get too deep into round one, we have to pick favorites to win.
Hey, look, I'm a traditionalist. If you're the champion, I pick you. I go with Prague.
You just stole mine.
Well, you can still pick him.
Of course, I'm still going to pick Prague, but yeah, I had this.
Did you?
Yes. So both of us picking Prague. What about you, Peter?
I feel like if nobody in the studio picks Fabi, we get fired.
You get fired. That's true.
So let's pick Fabi.
Okay, and by the way, that is true.
I have Var Akobian has picked Sindarov.
Oh yeah, he's going with the statistical champ.
And Anastasiya picks MVL.
MVL.
Fabi also picks. Cristian also picks Fabi.
Yes, you knew
I could have left
him
him for Cristian.
Yeah, because of their podcasting experience.
It's quite possible someone that we didn't pick wins the event. So.
No, I don't believe it. We are the pros.
We have good chances.
Yeah. But you're right. As we were going on the show there, Peter, you were saying that there was the first half of 2025, Prague looked like a meteor, just skyrocketing and just winning everything he participated in. And then he just kind of slowed down. I mean, he's still doing fantastically well, obviously.
No, the second half of 2025, in particular the very back end of 2025, and the candidates were honestly, by his standards, a bit of a disaster.
Right.
I don't think he will mind me saying this, because I think he would assess it himself in very similar terms. I don't really know what happened. I was very, very happy watching him play in the first half of the year, because he was doing exceptionally well, and we've worked together a little bit prior to that, and I thought, okay, now that I taught him everything I know, and he is now finally, you know, gotten rid of the ballast and is soaring. But then, I don't know, maybe it's just the amount of chess he's playing. One kind of obvious surface theory you could float there is he is playing an unbelievable amount of chess. Yeah, he is very, very energetic, still very young, and I know this. I've had these moments in my own career where invitations come and they all look very attractive.
You snap them up.
You feel like you should be playing every strong tournament that is being offered to you, and then you actually look at the list of things you agreed to, and you think, human beings are not supposed to play this much chess.
Right.
So maybe this is part of the equation, but it can't really be the full equation, because he's done it for a number of years, and it worked out previously. But yeah, the back end of 2025 and the candidates were not good.
Yeah.
And I'm very much hoping he'll get back to the winning ways.
Yeah, it is incredible to me how active some of the top players, including Fabiano, is.
All of them, actually, yeah.
It just seems like he's just
Non-stop.
literally, we call it the traveling suitcase, right? Yeah. You just go from one hotel to the next. And by the way, the move Vincent did play, which the engine frowned a little bit upon, bishop e7, c5, is exactly the type of move that coaches love. You know, like, you see, you activate your bishop, you bring it out, you know, you prepare. And why is it, Peter, why is it that the move bishop c5 is frowned upon by the...
I think simply the others were stronger. It's fine, but the others were a little bit better. And also, I think if we try to translate what the machine tells us here into human words, it would be, you actually are much more interested in playing c5 than bishop c5. And you've taken away one of your active plans by occupying the square that maybe you wanted to push the pawn towards. And white appears to have two ways to kind of equalize more or less by force here. One is bishop e3, as we discussed, and the other one is even more forcing. You can go knight takes e4 here, f takes e4, and b2, b4. Once again, using short tactics to try and shore up your position here. And the idea, I guess, is if you drive the bishop back to b6, I will play bishop b3.
Bishop takes c6, bishop takes b4, obviously,
that
fails
that
terribly.
Is not great, although even here there is a queen sacrifice, but it doesn't seem to be working. So bishop b6, I guess we want to play bishop b3, and we've achieved a little bit of a block, right? Because...
but that's a big achievement, I would say, actually.
Yeah, we've stabilized in the center. We have decent control over the dark squares, and we can look forward to some kind of a stable future here.
Right.
The engine goes immediate bishop takes d4, which is much stronger because it lures the queen to d4 instead of the bishop, and then goes queen h4, and basically takes on h3 next move against more or less anything. But this appears to only be enough for equality somehow. White has a bunch of reactions here which hold. Rook b1, b3 is okay. c4 is okay, but rook b1, b3 I think is very logical. That's one, and bishop b3 immediately also appears to be fine somehow, instead of knight e4.
Fair, fair. And so this is what Wesley is facing. I'm just going to go around the horn a bit. I'm going to stop by the board of Bogdan-Daniel and Sindarov. He did play f2, f3. Not too many changes are happening there. Our pre-tournament pick.
This is the first time we're on the same team, Yasser.
Uh-oh. This is a bad sign. Prague did not play the move f2, f3 in that moment after bishop e4.
The critical moment that Peter was telling us about.
He did make the choice of castles, and I just feel that Alireza, as a result of that, has now equalized, MVL versus Anish.
Yeah, I think we should stay here for a little bit on Anish's board. A lot of moves have been made since we last looked at it, and
when we left it E2, E3, knight
Black
E7.
is now much better.
yeah,
Actually.
I was gonna say black is looking very good.
Takes knight, queen E4.
Tell us, Peter, what is Anish supposed to do to you?
I think queen e4 is... Maxime was already at least a little bit worse, but queen e4 is very artificial. I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to indicate with this move. And what the machine really likes is putting the bishop on b4 here as early as possible. You can begin with knight f6, but even stronger is to play bishop b4 straight away.
Go ahead, yeah.
And we generally don't mind trading the bishop for, frankly, either one of the knights, because that makes it easier for us to push on the queen side. It's not really panic stations just yet, but the fact that, for instance, on my screen right now, the best move for white appears to be queen e4, d3, going back to where we came from and gifting black, a full tempo, I think is a very decent indication of just how annoying it is about to become for MVL if bishop b4 lands on the board. And this is just very pleasant for black. You can play something like rook a b8, supporting the idea of pushing the a pawn down the board. And for white, you have some kind of a majority in the center, but you can't push it at all. And where's your counterplay? You're being slowly pressed on the queen side, and more importantly, I guess, you just don't have anything to go to distract black from those very simple plans on the queen side. So Anish is enjoying this.
Do you guys share this perspective with me? That, you know, there are a lot of things I love about chess and very, very few things I dislike. But one of my great dislikes is that I really like to play the English. And then somebody plays the English against me and plays it very, very well and makes me look terrible. Now, his whole career, Maxime has been playing the Grunfeld. And this looks like a kind of a
Looks like a little bit of a Grunfeld, yeah.
And suddenly, you know, Anish is playing the black side of the Grunfeld and is making you look terrible, you know, and saying, like, these are all the pluses that you get in the Grunfeld.
It doesn't feel great when that happens.
When that happens, right? Like, so you're a Catalan player and somebody plays the Catalan against you. And
I suffer with black.
Yeah, you suffer, and Peter, you know, you suffer when somebody plays a favorite defense against yourself. And Queen e4 was just a bad move.
Yeah, it was not great. Even though, as I mentioned, it's not that easy to play a position with white. And instead, Anish played knight f6, and even here as well, and I checked this as well, the queen should never go to f3. It was pretty clear that
Which is his
MVL is
intention, of
intending
course.
to put it on f3.
Of course.
But basically, the engine always puts it on d3 back, and queen f3, a5 is once again just very, very pleasant for Anish.
Essentially, what is happening in the position is black is putting his majority to work. It's going to play a5, a4, and push, push, push. And white has a very hard time playing e3, e4 himself and putting his majority on the center.
Speaking of his majority, should MVL just go for h4, g4, g5? Because otherwise it seems like a very one-sided game.
Probably. I mean, otherwise, yeah, I mean, black is the one doing all the pushing and white is doing the watching.
Yeah, it's not great, but it might be the best you have.
I'm just going to...
Because otherwise, yeah, you really are very unsure of what you're supposed to do here.
Did he do a queen f3? No.
Yes, we do have queen f3 and a5 on the board.
Wow. Okay, so...
and it looks like MVL's ready to make another move, maybe. Nope, just thinking.
Yeah, but actually, to your point, I kind of do like g4 and h4.
I just don't see anything else. I don't want to sit and wait till black's pawn promotes.
Precisely, and that could easily happen. A5, bishop c, pardon me, a5, a4, bishop b4, and as Peter said, you're ready to push the a pawn.
So look, let's check the lines. I start with h4.
Okay, let's say I know nothing, as Sergeant Schultz would say in Hogan's Heroes.
You know, it's interesting. Peter told us that Anish is much better, but look at White's accuracy. MVL hasn't made any mistakes, really, 97.3. Why is his position so bad?
It was the queen e4, queen f3
yes,
maneuver,
yes.
yeah, that one. So a little bit of a wobble here. I guess but you wanted to continue G4, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, G4.
Yeah. And let's say knight D5. So I'm thinking about bishop takes H4. I'm sidestepping your G5, by the way.
I think I might still go for it and sack the pawn.
Yeah, it feels like you have to gamble now.
Yeah.
I am very much team Nazi here, yeah.
Team Nazi.
Yasser's not even thinking about it. Immediately taking the free pawn.
Well, what did Steinitz say? The first step in refuting a gambit is by accepting it.
I haven't heard of that, but
Yeah.
you follow that closely.
Well, going back to the 1890s, yeah.
So you're going to put the bishop on h6, right? If I go queen h5.
My intention, yes, it was to drop the
I
bishop.
thought knight d4 maybe.
d4, yeah.
Knight d4 makes sense. Tickling the bishop and forcing me to declare.
Right, you have to go to h6 and then rook h1.
Yeah, rook h1, yeah.
Rook h6 ideas, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's one of those where I feel like if we switch the machine on, although as you can see the bar is now very close to equality, but I was going to say, even if it says -1 here, you are very scared with black.
Yes.
Right.
With the queen on b6, if the queen was on e7, you'd be much less worried. But with the queen on b6, you are one imprecise move away, I think, from getting mated. So.
Right.
No, I think practically I would even pick white here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes down to one of these moments where you go knight takes c3 and knight f6 check kind of rocks your world, and you go, oh dear, did I do something where I might get mated?
Maybe you would go king f8, but yeah, it's scary. It's
Yeah,
scary.
it is scary.
We'll see if Maxime chooses to go h4, g4. We hope he does, because otherwise his position would be very unpleasant quickly.
Yes, he needs to react, absolutely.
Peter, how is Fabi doing against Jorden? Has he equalized yet?
Not entirely, but it's pretty close. I think there were some very, very minute details which Jorden maybe could have improved a little bit in the run-up to this position. But now it's still pleasant for white, but it's not clear what your plan is. You can go for some kind of an expansion with a3 and b4, but the bishop will drop back to a7 quite naturally, and black is ready to start maybe pushing for some d6, d5 well, not simplifications, but kind of clarifications in the center as well. So it feels like the worst is behind him for Fabiano here.
Agreed. I do like his bishops where they're looking at the king side.
I was a little bit surprised by Jordan's decision to play knight on f4 to d3.
Well, black's knight on e5 is the best piece, right? So it kind of makes sense to trade it.
Interestingly, this is where those minute details I was referring to come from, because if we go back to all the way back to move 10, if we could. So yeah, instead of bishop b2, interestingly, the engine says you should play knight d3 here. And I think the difference is if black takes, which black probably does take, we will take with the queen now, and we will meet bishop d7 with bishop f3. And it doesn't reach c6 unopposed.
Right, that makes
Even
sense.
though you can still play bishop c6, bishop takes 6, b takes c6, but the engine assesses those positions as slightly better for white.
Different structure, right?
It's a different structure, but it's just much nicer for white not to allow the black bishop to the long diagonal. And that was maybe the one, it's kind of weird to describe it as a big moment.
A detail.
But that was a detail that the engine, at least at the time, appeared to value quite highly.
Yeah, with the whole queen d2, bishop b2, rook d1, I did not think that Jorden was pressing for knight d3, because if you're going to play knight d3, as Peter's mentioning, you do it when your bishop can quickly come to f3. Here, you know, it's weird. If I could go back just to this moment, I would love to launch my pawns, f4, e4.
I'm with you 100%.
Let's go.
But I think Jorden has very different plans. He's playing the queen side at the moment.
Yeah, and here's an idea, is if I'm wanting to trade,
There's something wrong with that move. I saw the Valber drop.
I am seeing the same
I guess
thing.
takes on queen g5, bishop c6 maybe.
Or some, oh, sorry. Takes, pardon me, takes, queen g5.
And then bishop c6 might be quite awkward.
And bishop c6.
Yeah, white pieces are not that harmoniously placed at the moment.
I was dreaming of playing f4 and knight f4, but here you're the first.
It's our king who's in trouble, big time.
Yikes.
You're going to have to play no, you don't have e4. Wow. What do you even do?
This is just victory. That's not what I wanted. No, not what I wanted when I launched knight h5, that's for sure. Oops. So, okay.
We have a move on the board. Jorden played a3.
Yep.
So is he going to push b4 and then stop the pawns, or is he going to push more to b5?
a3.
Yeah, and just switch all your pieces to the queen side.
Yeah, hard to say where I should be playing, right? Now I'm wondering who's playing on the
And
king.
also, at any point, should black play d5?
Okay, so show me. I'll pause.
Right, let's go b4.
b4, bishop will drop back to a7, I presume.
Queen b3, let's say.
Queen b3, okay. So now,
oh, I'm already lost. To knight g4.
Oops.
That happened quickly. What did I do?
Yeah, exactly. This is a oopsie daisy, right? Because
you no longer control f2 with the queen, so you end up losing
made
some
it.
sacrifices,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened too quickly.
Wow.
I underestimated the weaknesses on the king side.
I think we all do. It's a day of kingside attacks. Wesley So, Vincent Keymer.
Yes, and Yasser, our pick Prague. I'm not loving his position at the moment.
No.
I think Alireza has a very nice queen on f3.
How did the queen... Wait a minute. This is not what you're supposed to be doing. Queen b3. Okay, a kind of indication already that Prague is not satisfied with his queen on a3, I mean to say. And now you've induced c5, c4. So you've got b3 ideas, a4 ideas, undermining the c-pawn. Okay, so...
And in this position, a4 is a massive mistake, leading to positions which he will have to now defend very, very accurately. He did have what probably amounts to immediate equality by force by playing e3, e4 instead.
e3, e4?
Yeah.
Isn't the pawn hanging?
D takes e4, knight d5.
Oh, tactics.
Yeah, we are creating a threat of the fork on c7, of course, and if rook a8, we have queen a4, attacking the knight, attacking the pawn on a6. It's not immediately obvious. I don't think it's something that you spot straight away. I think the way you get there, if you do get there, is by understanding that if you play a2, a4, as he did, you're just worse. And you start looking at improvements. Because in the game position, after a4, Alireza probably plays knight f6 here.
After a4?
Yeah, after a4.
And
you go knight f6, now you're never getting this break again. And black just wants to play rook a8, rook e6, h5, h4. All the play belongs to black here. Basically, white has...
Very one-sided all of a sudden.
b3 we always meet by rook c8.
It's hard to believe because what Prague played, a4 looks so natural. He's stopping b5. Mm-hmm. But apparently, getting in e4 while he had the chance was so crucial that now he has to suffer probably for a very long time.
You know, I'm looking at this queen on f3, and I hate to say it, but that queen has got to go. I mean, queen d1 and
Probably going to f5.
It goes back to f5.
Yeah, and I start to try to finagle a queen trade somehow.
I think
I'm trying to equalize.
But even endgames, I think, are massively unpleasant, right?
Right.
If I play something like rook, some rook to b8, I don't know.
This one?
A b8, I guess, even though I would like it on the a file. But even here, let's say queen f3, I go takes, b5.
Takes, b5.
I mean, these are not fun for white.
Not fun, but it's probably easier for white to
I
try
guess
to
maybe you play,
this.
like rook a1 before knight a4 or something. Maybe
Although,
you fold,
could easily lose this.
Easily.
Knight e4. Yeah, and yesterday we have this interesting graphic, the history of this tournament and past winners for the last 5 years in Romania. We know last year that was Prague.
Right.
In 2021, there was Mamedyarov, then MVL, Fabi. Oh, Fabi won twice in a row,
Fabi.
23 and 24, and then Prague last year. And you can also see the points and performances. Mamedyarov did the best, 6 out of 9.
Clear
Wow,
first.
only +2 score after that. Fabi, MVL, and Prague. +2 is enough to win?
I guess so. Fabi and Shaq both scoring 13 points, meaning it was an unshared clear first for those two players. Speaking of Shaq, kind of missing him. I know he is teaching training with the young Turk, Erdogamas. Is he still playing? Is he active?
He plays a bit, yeah, but he is, I think, very involved with obviously Erdogan himself, but also I think just the general Turkish setup right now, where there's been a lot of investment in the chess program there, and it's bearing results.
It is obviously.
Absolutely. I don't know if our viewers have taken a look at the top juniors list right now, but it looks very funny. It looks world champion at number 1 at age 19 at 27:32, I think, and the second player in the list is aged 14. Erdogan is, I think, 27:13 right now.
Wow.
So yeah, there's definitely some progress being made in terms of development of Turkish chess.
Very, very,
but
very
we do miss
impressive.
seeing Shaq's play. He's such a creative player.
Yes. As again, you're taking a look at the playing hall. It is the central bank of Romania. Beautiful historic buildings with marble columns and Roman
It's a historic landmark.
Yeah. And Garry says it's nice to play where they keep the money. I love that.
Keeps the motivation.
Wesley versus Vincent. By the way, Wesley did play the move Bishop E3.
Which we expected,
inviting F4, yeah, and that would be a very interesting queen sacrifice.
These players are playing quite slowly. They're only on move 13, and both of them have spent almost an hour already.
You know, I think it's us. We're used to the rapid and blitz. So I mean, we're just coming off of Warsaw, where the players are snapping out their moves, and here they're slowed down considerably. Bishop E3. We were looking at the queen sacrifice. Would you go down that rabbit hole if you saw it?
When it's not my business, sure.
Yeah.
If I was playing, no.
No. Okay. So this is the Wesley versus Vincent position, and we've been looking at Queen E8, Queen D7. We've been looking at what was it? What was the line where we got into B4? Oh, that was knight. Sorry, that was a different line. We had also been considering knight takes E4, F takes E4, B4 for Wesley.
Oh, right.
That was a different line that we had considered. He chose the Bishop E3, and this is the the queen sacrifice variation that we were looking at.
Doesn't quite work out, though.
Which was to take on D8. And as you heard Peter...
We determined that there was some practical compensation, but the engine says it's lost for black.
Exactly.
Peter, can you please catch us up in the game between MVL and Anish? Because I see...
Oh, yeah, there's been a massive turnaround there. Well, not a turnaround as such, but... a change in evaluation. After A5, H4, G4, MVL went for a much more solid setup. He went knight G4, takes, A4. This is very logical from black and also very logical from white, because at least you get something going on in the center with D4, D5. And here, interestingly, the move that Anish made just now is a big mistake, throwing away all of his advantage. And it was earlier the best choice by the machine. So it needed some depth to figure out why it's wrong. Black is still seemingly better here if he chooses to play rook db8 with the intention of meeting d6 with queen takes e6, well, where our majority on the queen side is the most important detail in the position. We very much are trying to get some kind of an endgame. But instead, Anish played a very natural move, bishop f6, which the engine at first assesses as correct and strong, but apparently after g6, f takes e6, very specifically, white can throw away this knight on b5. Wow. And after queen takes b5, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, queen takes e6, king h8, and in this position, instead of resigning, we have queen e6, e4, very importantly taking away the a8 square from the rook. And we get rid of the pawn on a4 next move, and then we draw. 4 against 2 on one side against this bishop. Against a light squared bishop would have been a problem. Against a dark squared bishop, this is just a draw.
Wow.
Such an incredible tactic, but even here it's hard to believe that white so easily makes a draw.
Honestly, no. I think if you ever encounter, if you remove the let me put something on the board.
Don't forget.
I think I had some experience trying to convert this position without the e-pawn on the board.
Even
that.
Yes, it's
even
not that
this I think is supposed to be winning, but it's tricky.
Right.
There are, well, not books, but there are definitely articles written about that endgame.
Yeah.
If you add the pawn to e3, I think it's a pretty safe draw for white. You don't suffer even. Yeah, and VL probably finds this, honestly.
It was really, really crazy, but Danya Naroditsky, he had f2, e3, h2. I think it was against Bu Zhangji, and Bu had the pawn on g7, and Danya had the bishop, and Bu drew very easily this game. And Danya complained to me in an email message, and we got on a Zoom call and chatted about the position for an hour. And we're both mutually stunned that it was a draw, as you were pointing out.
Was it 4 pawns against 2? Or 3?
It's 3 versus 1.
3 versus 1. Okay.
Yeah, but it was worse. It was you take away the g3 pawn and you take away an h6 pawn. And it was a very easy draw.
Easy.
Well, easy, but it was no win, was the point.
See?
And that was shocking.
Yeah. g6, f6 already played, and as we were discussing, it's important to play knight takes b5. If you don't play knight takes b5, you're actually in some trouble there.
So he is in a must-play situation here, knight takes b5.
That's also an extraordinary move. Because if you allow bishop takes e3 or a3,
that's over.
You start to really panic. But knight b5, queen e6, and queen
has
a4.
seen it and just thinks it's not good enough for white, or will it be like a cold shower if it appears on the board?
I don't think it's a cold shower, because I suspect that Anish knows something has gone well for him. Something has gone well for black in this position. So he's probably expecting something like knight b5. Still, it doesn't mean that he's not going to be upset.
Yeah, I think it's miss queen e4 is what you miss at the end of that line, that you cannot protect the a4 pawn.
Just for the viewership, knight takes b5, queen. So you're sacrificing a knight for what appears
just 2 pawns.
Just 2 pawns. But what you get at the end of the day is after rook takes d8, queen e4, very importantly stopping the move rook a8.
And we win the pawn. But yes, sir, take a move back. Why can black take on d8 with the bishop, just to keep the a4 pawn alive?
I think we're taking on d8 first, so the rook is hanging.
Ah, that's important. So we don't take on e6 yet.
We don't take on b5 yet.
I think that you can do.
Just a second.
Now take rook d8 after knight b5.
Yes.
Because
knight b5.
Rook on a8 is hanging and black is forced to take with the rook.
Sorry, I did it in the wrong move order. Yeah. So rook d8, queen e6, check. And again, at first blush, you're thinking to yourself, what's going on? I've got a bishop for 2 pawns.
About to win another on b2.
But the idea is that when we get to a position like this, bishop takes b2, rook takes a4, it's 4 versus 2, and everything's on one side of the board. There's no passed pawns for black. The only weakness in the position is the f2 pawn, and it's very hard to
attack.
Yeah, to drill down and attack. This rook will drop back to the second rank.
Yeah, I mean, white has two major pieces to protect just one pawn, so it should be easy to do.
Exactly. And the bishop is beautiful, but it's not a great attacker.
No, if black had a white square bishop, then I would like black.
Yeah, you just, it would, white's position is kind of Swiss cheese, if you will. Along with this moment, I'm also looking at the game of Prague and Alireza, and I do see that Prague is now shifted.
Sorry, before we switch, okay, we already switched, but I will keep us updated. Maxime missed that move. He did not play knight b5.
He did not.
And now he's much worse.
Oh, let me just refresh my board.
Yeah, that was a critical moment. We thought he saw knight b5 and was going for it.
By the way, he played rook on a1 to c1, which is not an inspiring move.
So Anish now has a very good chance to start this tournament with a win, and with the black pieces as well.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, black even has comfortable choices here. You can go rook takes d1. You can play the immediate move queen a6, which looks very logical, just trying to improve the idea of b5, b4. It's just a very unpleasant position. I think maybe you could be excused with white for thinking you're okay, because black also had to compromise the queenside structure, and the king on g8 is now no longer as safe as it was, with black having to take f7, takes e6. But if you land b5, b4, all of that basically becomes immaterial, because you're just going to get crushed on the queenside.
Well, MBL in big trouble. Yasser, you want to switch?
I was just saying, in the game between Prague and Alireza, Prague is beginning to realize that things have gone wrong for himself, and he's brought his king to g2, his queen back from a3 to d1, and he's now, as we were talking about, aspiring to play the move queen f3. Peter was saying, good for you, even if you do get in the move queen f3, this ending is not
it's not great, but this is not the greediest. I really like including h5 instead of rook b8, but the queens need to stay on. So go h5,
yep.
And if you play queen f3, I will just drop it back to d7, which also includes the idea of b6, b5, but apart from that, keeps the queens on.
Yep. And this is the moment where I am assuming white had it in his mind that he was playing for b3 some time ago. And here it's just not landing effectively. No, this is not.
This position looks very pleasant.
Yeah, this has not worked out at all. There was a missed opportunity for e3, e4 earlier. And Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
Let's check how Deac and Sindarov are doing. A lot of trades have happened, and I think it's still even, but we're getting closer to an end, maybe.
Okay, so when we left it, the last move we had seen was f2, f3, and we thought, okay, it's getting more and more like a draw, knight f4. Do you like that move? Not sure I'm a big fan of that.
You want to keep the knight alive?
Well, yeah, I was thinking at maybe f7, f6, just keeping the pawn.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think knight f4 was unnecessary, but it's also not a bad move.
Takes, king f1, a4.
Knight versus bishop, Yasser. Which one do you pick?
Normally speaking, I like the bishop, normally speaking. But in this particular iteration, there's a double pawn, and I'm wondering if maybe that is a
factor here.
Big factor or not. Rook takes d5. So, for example, if I play a move rook d3, and I'm definitely not suggesting that you do this, rook takes, pawn takes. Now I really like white, of course, because I have a passed pawn and you don't. You've got these ugly double pawns. But there's no reason for you to give me that pawn. So it really depends on the pawn structure.
So do we think white has some small chances here, or is it completely equal?
Yeah, I think it's, well, yeah, I think it's fairly well balanced.
Fairly well balanced, yes. Peter, has anything caught your eye?
things are changing, well, not all over the place, but we have a slightly different structure than we expected in the game between Wesley and Vincent.
Bishop went back to e7.
Yeah, and Wesley also played f2, f4, which is understandable. It supports the central structure. It also stops f5, f4 for the foreseeable future, but this is not the structure we've seen before, so I wanted to just bring it up. And bishop e7 is logical because, as I mentioned, the one drawback of bishop c5 was that you're occupying a square where you want your pawn to be, so we are re-establishing that idea.
Also, now that you have played f4, is there any opportunity for something to land on the g3 square?
Well, bishop h4 is better. The menu for sure, yeah.
For sure, right?
Maybe slightly too late.
I like those dark squares. I know we're not attacking anything, it just looks pretty.
Yeah, but c6, c5 is definitely an issue, right?
Yeah. You can take on e4 here, although I'm not sure how attractive you will find that because it lengthens the diagonal for the bishop on c8, also gives black a passer, but that appears to be the best choice of the engine. I think it's a difficult move to make, though.
Agreed.
Man's noblest emotion. That was what?
And there was also a bit of a change in the game between Jorden and Fabi, where Fabi did play d6, d5, Jorden did take. You could make an argument for c4, c5 with less symmetry on the board, but Jorden did take. And I thought this might fizzle, but his next move is very much not a kind of a fizzle type decision. Knight takes d5 would have been, of course, very, very level, but instead he goes knight e4. And if Fabi goes f5 here, you probably have to give up a pawn. You probably play knight c5 here and just sacrifice that pawn. You do have compensation, but, I mean, you are a pawn down as a result.
Oh, so this can get quite sharp.
Suddenly, I mean, you got
we were
e3,
expecting a
e4,
very balanced game.
peaceful
Yeah.
kind of position, dark square, long diagonal. I don't know. That's a strong bishop, though. Boy.
Well, yeah, so we can pause our analysis and take a second break. And while we go to break, we're going to have amazing Irene Sukandar doing analysis for us.
Oh, wonderful. We'll take a break in that case.
Absolutely. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the show break. I'm International Master Irene Sukandar, and I am going to take you to some of the highlights of today's rounds. We've seen so many interesting moments in 5 games that we are watching today, and I'd like to take you to the game between Wesley between Wesley and Vincent Keymer, because we saw earlier on it was a Spanish and it was a Berlin variation, but here in this position, instead of going into like the mainline Berlin, Wesley opted to play the close d3. And then what happens next was a little bit unusual because I couldn't find so many games in this position after d4, or rather the move d4 itself. It's a little bit unusual. And the idea is White was just trying to break open the center, and here Vincent took the pawn on e4, and after rook e1, instead of playing d5, this is a little bit more kind of orthodox, because this type of structure, when you have the knight on e5 and then you just simply protect everything, it's more normal. But this is not what happened in the game. Instead of d5, Vincent chose to protect the knight with the other pawn, f5, despite being the king still in the center. But it is still okay as long after d takes e5, now you play this move. Sorry, that after f5, oh sorry, here after this, he just castled. You don't have to play d5 right away, because if you take this, this is just going to help black's position. The pawn is now undoubled. So this is not what Wesley played, and after this castled, Wesley played knight c3. And then in this moment, you have now, you have to strengthen your knight in the center. But the most interesting moment is in this one. After bishop c5, Wesley had a thought, and he decided to play bishop e3. And we were wondering, because the pawn f4 here might be very interesting if it happens on the board. But it didn't happen, because Vincent played queen e8. But I'm just going to show you one more time what Peter has already shown, that knight c6 here works, because somehow everything looks, looks working for white. It would be actually interesting if it was an online blitz, because things kind of very complicated. So here, if you take this bishop on e3, you just simply take the queen on d8, and after another fork here on f2, only move is to play king h2. The idea is, well, your rook on e1 is going to be captured, and you would like to get your king away from the check in the back rank. So if somehow this happens, you don't take the queen, but you take the pawn on d5, because your queen later will be captured with the rook. So many things also happening after, let's say after knight c6. Yasser also mentioned, what about queen h4? But unfortunately, it's a simple queen d5. And after this, you just take on e4. The idea is the pawn on f4 cannot take on e3, because the queen on h4 is hanging. So this was a very interesting moment. It didn't happen on the board for the better reason. And queen e8 is a more solid approach that Vincent chose to play in this position, and Wesley immediately played f4, because now when the queen stepped aside to e8, black's move f4 is really a threat. And bishop e7 is on the board, and I think we're going to see quite a positional battle in this game. And the next game that I'd like to also take a look is the game between MVL versus Anish Giri. This is very interesting, because finally we see Catalan again in the Grand Chess Tour. But I'd like to note earlier on that in this moment, after queen c2, a6, okay, we were seeing like a very usual line in the Catalan. And after bishop d7, rook d1, bishop c6, here takes and takes. In this position, MVL took a very unusual approach again with this pawn f5, because after this pawn f5, suddenly after b5 and until almost the rest of the games, okay, they are still currently playing, but Anish Giri still maintains the advantage with the initially with the pair of bishops. The reason is, I think it's very simple to explain. Usually in the normal Catalan, if you don't play f5 and then you just take on c4 here, in many positions you have to give up your bishop by taking f3 so that your knight can go to c6. But with this line with f5 and after b5, the bishop stands really nicely. The knight is not a problem anymore for development. But let me take you to the moment where it was very interesting. So here, Anish just played very natural chess, nothing really extreme. You just have to develop your pieces and then get all of your pieces ready. And yeah, instead of taking the knight, now you can actually just grab that fianchetto bishop on g2, which is a better piece to exchange with your own bishop. And after this, bishop here, knight f6 in this position, and after f5. Yes, this is almost the critical moment in the game, because after knight e4, takes here, queen takes, and a4, and after d5, you step away with the bishop, away from the pin, d takes, and then of course in this position you have to take with the pawn, because if this one, then b5 is hanging, queen takes first, and then b5 is hanging later. So bishop f6 takes here, takes with the pawn, and then rook ac1. And as you can see, the e-file bar just goes down. So I analyzed this position, and it was very, very tricky. And I still have to understand what's going on. So the best move in this position, and also the best play that white can do in order to equalize the game, because in the end game, it will be very hard for white to kind of defend the position, because the bishop over here and then the pawn over here is like attacking each other. So what you have to do in this position is you have to take knight b5. So takes this, check, and then wherever the king goes, I assume it's king h8 or f8 to the dark square, and then you come back with queen e4 again, and then sooner or later you'll take this pawn on a4, and you kind of hold this position. I know it's a little bit counter-intuitive because, well, you only have 2 pawns for a bishop, but apparently this is a very, very defendable position. But this is not what MVL played in his game. Instead, he played rook ac1, and now, as you can see, the e-file bar is in white's favor. So apparently we also have, okay, after rook ac1, these moves happen on the board, and as I mentioned before, if you keep trading the pieces, if you go to the simplified endgame, it will be just for black's favor. So MVL is in a very, very tough situation right now, and we'll continue very soon because we also have one game that's already concluded. So stay tuned because everything will just get more interesting.
And we're back. Thank you, Irene, for such great analysis. And while she was giving us analysis, we did have one result, as she mentioned. Let's take a look at the standings to see how that game ended. I believe it was a draw between Bogdan-Daniel Deac and Javokhir Sindarov. So at the moment, those are the only 2 players with half points.
Yeah, and it was a repetition that brought them there. Indeed, we did see the move rook d1 to d3. And I didn't see that repetition until, well, we came back and they just found rook b7, knight a5, and the rook went back and forth.
Let's take a look at the end of the game. We have a replay. They're repeating. 4. Neither of them ended up in time trouble. I mean, we know Sindarov's never in time trouble, but
almost never, yeah.
Deac also avoided it today.
Yeah, that was actually kind of strange because, as Peter alluded to at the opening of the show, Daniel is known for his time mismanagement or getting the time trouble, and Sindarov, as we saw in Cyprus, played so very quickly, and none of that happened.
And you can see that's a 3-move repetition.
After knight a4. Rook b7.
And here we go, live.
Another.
MVL and Anish have found a draw. That's a huge relief for MVL.
Yeah, I thought so too.
We have to catch up and see what happened in this game because we were expecting Anish to torture.
I think Anish just did not believe he was better, which is a bit surprising because it does look like he has decent chances, but somewhere around here, he just seems like he did not think he had much, and he found a way to a threefold.
I guess the evaluation, right? We're not always objective at the board. Here we were saying Anish is doing much better, but he thought he didn't have enough.
Rook to d7. This is how they repeated. Queen going back and forth between a8 and e4.
Peter, also, don't you think Black had nothing to risk and could continue to play?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, but I guess Another thing to consider here is that you are you're black, you're sort of okay in the first round with equalizing and starting the tournament slowly but safely, and maybe sort of adjusting to him to suddenly having to play for more than just equality was difficult. But I'm a bit surprised because I think Anish these days is sort of quietly a very ambitious player, and he doesn't really like letting go of chances, and this was a chance. But now the game is done.
Indeed, the game is over, and I was just thinking, okay, if the game wasn't over and if I was in black shoes, what I would like to do, obviously, is I do want to aspire to play b5, b4, but I'm also looking at a queen trade. More or less, I'm looking at a bishop captures c3 and a queen to a8, and I'm trying to think, oh, you know, I'll put a rook on a8, I'll go b4, I'll go a3.
If we get all of those things, it's going to be very unpleasant for us.
Exactly, and it's sort of like, I don't feel like I'm taking any risks. I know exactly what you're saying, Peter. You're black in the first round of a very, very strong round robin. You're thinking a good start would be to make a draw.
But at the same time, how often do you get better position out of the open with the black pieces?
A risk-free position as well. So a bit of a surprise for us, but we do have 2 results, 2 draws. In the remaining games, I noticed that Fabi did play the most ambitious f7, f5, and saying to Jorden, yeah, okay, are you ready to sacrifice a pawn, young man?
Yeah, let's jump into that game and see. So Fab is starting to play for more than equality for the first time in the game.
Right. What we're referring to is exactly this moment. I would call this the Queen's Gambit accepted ending. 4 versus 4, yes. 2 versus 2. And, you know, we've seen a lot of draws after, for example, a move like rook c1. But, okay, knight e4, a little bit ambitious, as Jordan's saying, okay, give me a chance. I'll put my rook on c1. I'll put my knight on c5. Fabi says, I'm not giving you that chance. I'm going to play 7 f5 and ask you, are you going to go to c5? And I think he has to.
He has to, because if we go to g3, then black follows up with f4, and white is in huge trouble.
Careful.
Those minor pieces, the 2 bishops and the knight, perfectly placed for black.
Wait a minute. Something just really goes wrong. And g2 is hanging in case I capture on f4. If I have to play knight f1, it's clear who has the initiative. So you can't go to g3. So knight c5 is forced. Knight c5
simply loses a pawn.
Well, is it so simple? Because it is one of those. If the pawn were back on f6, you'd be blunting the dark squared bishop, right? Now that the pawn is actually on f5, you have to be really, really, really careful that something bad doesn't happen.
Of course, white has some compensation, and it's that dark squared bishop. But is it enough to call it a good compensation for the pawn?
Well, let me ask the man who enjoys being a pawn down. I don't enjoy being a pawn down. Peter's not happy if he's not a pawn down in the Grunfeld. Peter, is the bishop on b2 sufficient?
Well, I think in practical terms probably yes, but even though the engine does prefer black, it goes after you take everything, let's say rook a1, the queen drops back to e7, and then you try to stabilize somehow. I guess it belongs on g5. If it ever gets there, to remind you that the bishop on 6 is still quite a powerful force. But if you imagine the same position, if the queens come off here, I think white holds pretty comfortably. I think it's with the queens on the board that black maybe has some initiative on the king side. I think because of how stable the bishop on c6 is, and how nicely controlled the light squares are, I think you pretty much always play take black. The bishop on b2 is gorgeous. It might be on e5. It will be sort of equally gorgeous on e5 if it ever gets there. But it's a bit empty, right? It's not really attacking anything.
Right.
We are covering g7 very, very sufficiently. There's not going to be any kind of ambitious rook lifts via the 4th rank or something. So you're not doing that poorly, but you are definitely a little bit worse here, I think, with white.
Agreed. And Jorden just played bishop d4 instead of rook c1.
I was starting all the time.
I guess with the intention of putting the queen on b2, right? Queen e7 seems very logical, and then you probably play queen b2.
Makes sense.
Then you probably drop the bishop to f1 so as never to blunder some kind of a tactic along the along diagonal, and you play rook ac1, maybe f3 if you ever get a tempo to play f3. It's not horrible for white, but you don't really have any kind of active counterplay, and you are a pawn down.
Exactly. Queen g5, bishop f1.
Yeah. Talking about not being horrible for white cannot be said about Prague's position.
Cannot be said.
Very smooth segue there.
But before we jump to that game, let's go over to Bucharest because Cristian is with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. I am indeed with Anish. Anish, you just finished a draw with the black pieces. Obviously, would be a good result any other day, but today it felt like you had some pressure building up.
Yeah,
out of
it was
the opening.
not a very good game. I had, I think, a very nice position, and I missed rook c2 in the end, and then his knight can. Basically, I had this nice pin with the bishop on the knight.
We can definitely discuss it now. If you want to go straight into the game analysis, tell me a little bit about your, well, prep. I guess you mentioned that you have perhaps some prep remaining from the candidates. Did that help you with this one?
Well, I think I played this line before as well. This h6 kind of thing I played, against. In general, this sort of h6 is kind of a stupid way to play, and I played it when I was a kid. Against Boris Gelfand and Peter Heine Nielsen. Okay. Back when I was, I don't know, in 2009. I was a small kid, so it was theory back then to go h6.
That's small.
yeah, but it was a theory to go h6 back in those days.
Yes.
I think I've come a full circle. I've played the better moves than h6, and now I'm back to bad moves again.
Which are probably pretty decent and
hopefully
can be
it's
played.
okay. Yeah, but I think this a5 move of his, I understand the idea was very clever. He was trying to avoid getting into this structure it takes an a5, and I get this move a5, and then okay, it cannot be too bad for black. But it didn't really work out in the game. I mean, it's a very ambitious move. Compared also to some other, bishop b5 at 93, c5 also is fine. I think this is very comfortable for black. I was a little underestimating my position at first. I thought I'm very fine, but I thought that the white shouldn't be worse just yet. But actually, I like my position a lot. I think here, I don't know. I have a lot of promising options. I can avoid trading knights because I have this outside passer, but I didn't have an ideal move because if I go a5 right away, he maybe has knight d5, simplifies a bit the game.
I think that's a nice one. Yeah.
Yeah, it simplifies a bit. I'm still nice, but it simplifies. So then, if I go bishop b4, it's nice, but bishop is a bit in the way. Of course, it's very safe for black, but bishop is a bit in the way of the pawns. So then I thought actually, why not just let him trade the knights? Anyway, it's very nice for me. I didn't need to allow d5, but I think it was. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have practically. I thought I gained a lot of time, and also, to be honest, although I get weak pawn on e6,
you do get the bishop.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Opened up, right?
Funny. He has rook d8, knight b5, queen e6, king h8. So just this position is zeros, yeah, these days.
Perhaps you just pick up the phone on
That's funny. It's
somehow.
Zeros nowadays. It's for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, it's okay. I understand it's a draw probably, but zeros is a brutal evil. No, I just blundered this rook c2 move. I initially planned rook takes d1, which was a great move. And then I changed my mind because after rook d1, initial plan was to blunder with knight rook c8 and then knight b5. That's a blunder because queen e6. But I don't need to go rook c8. I need to go rook b8. But it is sort of a worse version of what I was thinking about. And something here, I think queen b4 maybe bugged me here. I didn't see because when rook was on c8, I had some nice move here, but now I no longer do. And I didn't quite see how to get, the ideal thing. But the problem is that this is better than the game because in the game I didn't see a move for him, but I missed completely rook c2.
Right.
It's a very nice move because now he gets
now
to...
his b2 pawn is protected.
Yeah, he gets to move the knights and like not to d1, but to like e2 and f4. And I got completely disheartened here. I'm surprised I'm still on the good side, although it probably shows how good my position was before. That even after I give him to play rook c2, I'm still better. I honestly didn't think I'm better at all, but okay, now I get the end game. This is nice. And rook d6 doesn't work. Yeah, no, I was choosing between rook b8 or rook d7. I thought maybe rook b8 is a way to play on, but I thought I've ruined everything, and he has sort of a pretty position potentially with my king a bit soft, this e4 square. So I thought draw is just a good result at this point. But yeah, maybe I think this would have been really nice. Like when the knight doesn't get to.
You certainly are getting much more chances.
And now it's also kind of clear that I'm better without any risk as well.
Yeah.
Because in the game, okay, you can see that if he goes 92 somewhere,
you have to calculate some races, right?
Okay. There are scenarios where it gets because
it can get wrong.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I honestly didn't think I'm better. If I knew I'm better, I would have still played on. I'm not that bad, but I'm not that bad in terms of mentality. I'm pretty bad at chess, it seems. Yeah.
Talk to me about your state of mind going into this one. Obviously, you're riding quite a high in terms of classical chess. You've been improving your rating as well in the last few tournaments. What are the goals going into this one and the Grand Chess Tour as a whole, perhaps?
Well, yeah, I think I mostly just played well in the candidates. I'm not sure.
And the Grand Swiss
as well. I'm not sure that was a while ago, but for sure, I played well in the Grand Swiss and the candidates. I, of course, hoping to do really well here. Today, I was cherishing hopes, of getting winning chances as well, because Maxime is sometimes playing a little low confidence in classical chess, even though he's incredibly strong and proves it over and over in every Grand Chess Tour. So I thought, okay, if I get the chance, it will be really nice, and I got one, so it's quite annoying that I didn't make use of it. But yeah, I mean, it will be a difficult tournament. It's every day is a top player, but I'm looking forward to it.
You mentioned in some of the interviews before that you went on a training camp. How did you make that decision to, after the candidates, obviously a very long event, to do a training camp, which can be taxing from
yeah, but honestly, it was more of a holiday. I went. I was really chilling there mostly. Other people were working, so I'm like a VIP guest there, to be honest.
That's nice.
Yeah, and also I kind of, after a couple of days of rest after the candidates, I realized that it's been good, but I'm feeling fresh, and yeah, it was nice. It was very short training for me, but I worked actually a lot more after that too. To be honest, after lying on the couch is probably the second, least taxing activity for me to work on chess. I mean, I was not really overworking. Like it can be hard. Like sometimes if you're, doing some difficult.
Putting too much pressure.
Yeah, if you're doing some difficult chess labor, it can be difficult maybe. But if you're just enjoying, looking a bit at the stuff, looking at some positions, solving some positions without too much pressure on yourself. Because okay, let's say if you need to, for example, imagine you have solved some difficult positions, or like studies, and you suddenly tell yourself, I need to solve 10 studies in the next 20 minutes, right? That can be intense, right? You can get very tired. But if you're just sitting there and you put a study and you think, okay, I'll solve whenever I'll solve.
Yes.
How hard is that, really?
So
it was I had a good time. I'm just really, today I was not feeling, the freshest earlier, and then a little annoyed with the mishap there in the end. But I'll get over it, and 9 exciting games here, and 8 left. Looking forward.
Still a promising result with the black pieces for you. Congratulations, Anish, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Anish. Let's take a look at the standings, because we had two results already. Both games were drawn. One was between Anish Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and the other between Deac and Sindarov. Will we have a leader today, or is it going to be all tied draws?
I don't know, but the game between Wesley and Vincent really took a turn. But before we get to that game, we have a graphic. It's just kind of a nice one.
A fun graphic. Blunders in Romania over the years. So total tournament blunders last year, 95.
Very high.
2024, 48. So what happened last year?
I don't know. I have no idea. The players were batting for the fences. Something happened last year.
And we also have highlighted most significant blunders. It was by Deac against Wesley on move 39, right before the time control. And look at that, another one in 2024, Wesley against Prague, also on move 39.
Yeah, I was just going to say the accuracy of the players is just so remarkable these days. They've trained themselves so very well. Peter, I'm looking at the game between Wesley So and Vincent. And firstly, I just wanted to say that, it wasn't intuitively obvious that the move bishop e7, c5 was wrong, but Vincent literally took his move back and played bishop c5 back to e7. And Wesley said, okay, but there are some dark squares, specifically the c5 square that I want to exploit as white. He wants to try to get some kind of a bind, knight takes e4, bishop c5, some kind of a bind if he could. Got distracted, won a pawn, which is, and offered an exchange sacrifice, which I thought was actually brilliant. This was a very, very nice exchange sacrifice. And it was a very clever decision not to accept it.
Yeah, this game we could talk for. Basically, the amount of time we have would be the amount of time we spent talking about the previous 5 moves. There's a lot of forks in the road for both of them. In particular for Vincent, a5 wasn't forced. Having played a5, you didn't have to play bishop b4. You could absolutely choose after a5, knight takes a5, to play g5 here, distracting the knight from the center and then opening up the king side. But having gotten where they got to, I think taking on e1 would have been a mistake for Vincent. I like g5. I think g5 is correct.
Peter, you can show us on your board.
Yeah,
catch us up.
if you do take on e1 here, queen takes e1, there's really no attack left on the king side. And white just very simply starts pushing the a pawn, and white has very firm control over the dark squares. This is just a nice position for white. After g5, white has a choice between rook f1 and the move c3, which is what Wesley played.
Right.
Vincent correctly took on f4 and c takes b4, f takes e3. Sorry, g takes f4, c takes b4, f takes e3. And here, Wesley goes for the most ambitious choice, which is queen d4. Rook takes e3 was also playable, but queen d4 is quite interesting. And the best choice for black here, although they are all pretty level in terms of evaluation, appears to be this very spectacular move, rook f8, f3.
Wow.
Which, if g takes f3, black has bishop takes h3. And the attack against the white king is very strong. It's somehow not decisive, but in practical terms, I think white is in a lot of trouble here because the moves they need to find are going to be very, very difficult to find. So what you probably end up playing after rook f3 is rook takes e3, then black has rook takes b4, trying to distract the queen from the protection of the rook on e3. And this is a mess. Queen takes b4 is playable, queen d2 is playable. This is a very, very complicated position, which is a round equal, but it's a kind of a round equal which could absolutely end in any kind of a result. So yeah, this is a fun game to discuss.
And are they also getting kind of low on time? I see Vincent's down to 15 minutes with still 18 moves to go. That could be a factor also.
Oh, without question, yeah. And again, I like the way you describe the move Queen D4. It's kind of like a maximal move. Obviously, if white can just go, give me a move A3, Rook E3, Knight C5. I've got this beautiful, beautiful blockade, but Bishop H3 and Rook F3 are the disturbance. Otherwise I'm getting just like a smooth. I was surprised by your choice of Rook F3 and not Bishop H3. Why aren't we playing Bishop H3?
Second take.
GH apparently works, shockingly.
Really? Oh
so
my
in the
gosh.
attack, Bishop is stronger than the Rook? Is that what we're saying?
Check, just King H1?
Yeah, King H1, Rook F3, Rook E3, and there is no mate. It's a bit of a shocker. I understand why you're acting surprised. Yeah. It looks like we are getting mated, but actually the other one is coming to G1, and then the question is who exactly is going to get mated.
Where's my G7 pawn?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Sorry, I just thought Bishop H3, Rook H3, sorry. I was thinking Bishop H3, Rook E3, the bishop drops back, it doesn't matter, let's say to G4, and somehow I was looking
this is
this.
nice for black.
But Bishop H3, GH really works?
Apparently it does, yeah.
Dang.
It's not immediately obvious. Vincent chose queen e7, which is, I think, one of the top 3 moves.
Queen e7?
Yeah, and
sorry.
White regrettably does not have time to play a2, a3 here, which is something you would very much like to do, but if you play a3 now bishop takes h3 does work.
What's the difference?
Queen on g5 protects e3, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So queen is much better on g5 than it was on g6.
That
Key
is
difference.
a subtle nuance. Just a second.
That
Hold
pawn
on.
on e3?
Explain it to me again. The queen on
take,
g5.
Give a check, and go rook f3. Or immediately rook f3.
Check. And
And
rook
e3 pawn is no
f3.
longer hanging, and white cannot defend h3.
So before my queen was on g6, rook takes e3 was the defense, the defending move.
Wow, we have a
Wow.
very fun position here, but I also want to check how Alireza is doing against Prague. Has he improved his position even
Alireza
more?
is, I think, in practical terms, much better. I suspect it's a kind of a position which the engine will still hold with very precise play, but as you can see, Black has 2 connected passers on the queen side, which are currently reasonably well blocked. But if they start running, you will be obviously in a lot of trouble. And the final move Alireza played, which is h7, h5 now after king g1, is also a very clever nod at the fact that there's really nobody home on the king side.
Exactly.
And h5, h4 is a very, very dangerous threat.
Should Prague play h4 himself?
If you play h4, it seems like you've lost after g7, g5. You just straight up lost to g5, hg, h4.
Wow.
G takes h4, rook e4, and you're about to get mated.
h4, and then rook e4.
Rook e4, and you're about to get mated.
So you are more or less obliged to play h3 instead of h4, but that position is also pretty bad. After h3, the engine includes h4, g4, then goes importantly g7, g6, because I guess allowing queen f5 would be a mistake, which I think is understandable from a human perspective. And then you constantly have to worry about queen f3, you constantly have to worry about, I don't know, f5, and there's also 2 passers on the queen side.
This looks lost.
In practical terms, yeah, it looks very, very bad. It's, once again, -1 on my screen suggests that maybe it's holdable if you're a machine, but you're not. So.
And how does machine hold it?
Rook ec1, importantly creating, no, you have to play h3. If you don't play h3, you just straight up resign, I think. So here, h4, g4, g6. And it goes rook ec1. Actually, just rook c1, why e? It's not even on e. Yeah, it's on f. It's on f. Yeah. Creating a threat of rook takes c4. So Black probably has to invest a tempo in rook c6. Sorry, rook c8.
e8?
Yeah, e8. And now we go rook c2, and maybe we hope to one day have time to play, I don't know, queen f1, queen g2 or something. But you're just in trouble. You're worse everywhere. You're never going to have time to attack the pawn on b5.
It's a depressing looking position.
Very depressing looking position, yeah.
Yeah, chess is supposed to be fun, and you're supposed to be having fun. And this
Ask
is
any
just,
professional player. No one's having fun.
Nobody's having fun as White here. No, this is play on one goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not to jump back and forth, but Wesley did play a3, and Vincent immediately goes bishop takes h3.
We have it on the board.
This is a big swing, because just briefly, we will get to the live position, but hang on a second, let me switch to that. After queen e7, hang on, this is not the right position. Queen d4, queen e7, a3 is a mistake. Instead of a3, rook takes e3, rook takes b4, and you can throw in the check on g3 and go queen g2. This is actually quite unpleasant for Black, because the queen is about to go to h6, White has rook c1 ideas, and the White king is now completely safe, and the Black king actually could be in some trouble. And as you can see on the bar on your screen, this is just not particularly pleasant for Black. You can maybe survive if you play very precisely, but it's definitely White who is running the show here. And instead, Wesley went a3, Vincent immediately takes on h3. You have to take with the rook on e3 now. Black goes bishop g4. And it's now very comfortable for Black. The bishop on g4 can be protected by either h7, h5, or maybe even rook f8, f4, and then bring the other one to f8. And yeah, white has to be very careful now. The way the engine plays this, it goes rook g3, and then if rook f4, it goes queen c5. Sorry, not queen c4, of course. It goes queen c5. Kind of emergency measures, trying to get the queens off the board as fast as possible, and also trying to include the knight on b3 in the game via the d4 square. But these are very dangerous positions for white.
And after h5, Peter, rook g3, h5?
h5 for some reason is less attractive. It goes knight a5 and says now we have some counterplay on the queen side. But this is also very much non-obvious. I would describe it as quite difficult to both find and assess. I don't quite understand what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually the real problem. Like, people can calculate forcing lines, forcing sequences, but then you have to make a judgment at the end of the day. Did I accomplish my goal? And if you play knight a5, and for example, if I go queen e6, and if you go rook c1, and I go rook b6, you know, you stop and say, who's better and why? You know, weak pawn, weak king, everybody's, but
how is white not much worse here?
Yeah, it's, you know,
Well, I guess c6 is very weak, and with the queen on e6, we're not getting mated as fast as we were before, and yeah, maybe rook g3 is just fast enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's making that proper judgment call. That's the hardship here. But I want to go to the current
both of these
position.
players will end up in time trouble and critical position, because this is a very complicated position, hard to find moves for both sides, and they're approaching.
Breaking news in the game between Pragg and Alireza, because Pragg is now just straight up lost. He did play h4 and he played h takes g5, which is actually, he still had a chance if you go back one move. After h4, g5, if he sort of catches himself just in time, he can go e3, e4 here, rook takes e4, and rook takes c4. Very nice little geometric solution here using the pins everywhere to activate your rook.
Wow.
You're still worse after rook takes h4, g takes h, queen takes c4. You're not going to be enjoying this position very much. You're still absolutely fighting for your life. But maybe it's not dead yet.
That's crazy.
Maybe you still have some, like you can play queen d1 here or queen e4 and try to create some counterplay. But after h takes g5, h4, and I'm assuming, h4 already played, g takes h, rook e4 is just very, very straightforwardly lost, because you are just going to eventually get mated on the king's side. You can throw in g5, g6. Maybe he thinks g5, g6 does something. But unfortunately and shockingly for white, both f5 and f6 are very, very strong here, seemingly.
I'm pretty sure he's calculated g6, and we're going to see it on the board, because it looks like we're doing something with the pawn on g6. Maybe queen d1 now and quickly queen h5.
Let's say g6, f5, queen d1.
h3
but
probably
h3
wins.
is very strong. h3, f3, rook takes e3, and everything falls apart.
To block my own queen by playing f3.
Yeah, f3, in the words of Ulf Anders, that's a miserable move. I have to play this miserable move, f3.
And you can see Alireza is not even at the board. He is confident in his position.
Yes. And that is, you're a influencer. You pick Pragg.
Hey, yes, you went first. And also, it's a long tournament.
Exactly.
Even if he loses round one, he can always come back.
H5, H4, and Pragg is under pressure. It's remarkable a year ago that it was literally Pragg versus France as MVL
in the finals,
and
Alireza
were in the playoffs together, the three of them. And Pragg took the trophy home. Now, a year later, and this is the position, and I really don't like Pragg's position.
Yeah, if he survives this, that's going to be a miracle.
But that was a crazy sequence there as we take a look at his profile.
It's still hard to believe he's only 20 years old.
It's ridiculous.
Because he's been playing these top-level tournaments for years and years.
Right.
Absolutely incredible. And yeah, he's the winner of last year's Superbet Chess Classic.
Just
in a
had
very
great
exciting playoffs.
Yeah, great finish last year. That whole sequence that Peter was suggesting with e3, e4, rook takes e4.
Previous move, though. I
yeah,
think here it's too late.
now.
I understand. And rook takes c4. You know, like, okay, rook takes c4 is far more impressive when there's a pawn on g5 and a pawn on h4, because you could play rook to c5 and rook takes g5. So if we back up just a tempo, he does have, you know, a ripping parachute chord, so to speak, and playing like this. I can see that the bar still...
Rook takes h4 is very strong. If not for rook takes h4, this maybe would have just been saving the game, but rook takes h4 is very strong.
Rook takes h4.
Let's take. I mean, that's the only move.
Checkmate in one is the big threat, so we have to take. And then our king side is wailing. Do I have queen f5, though?
I wouldn't think I'm completely lost here, right? Because I have some active moves, some checks.
But unfortunately, there is a very big...
He's made a move that we didn't consider, queen e1 on the board.
Queen e1. In Seattle, we would say Prague is seizing the defensive.
Yeah, very much so. But the problem with this move is that it frees up black to do absolutely what they want. And
queen f3, h3?
Queen f3 is decent, but...
Queen d1, perhaps.
The problem for white is very much illustrated by the fact that one of the top three moves here is king g8, g7. We have so much freedom now with black to do whatever they want. Like king g7 is strong, rook b6 is very strong, swinging it over to g6 eventually.
Rook b6.
Yeah.
Rook
and queen f3 is also very much in the air always.
This is such a fun position to play with black.
Oh yeah.
It truly is. Oh boy, oh boy. And even the mundane bit, king g7, there's something about king g7 that kind of really highlights the difficulties that white is facing. Black is ready to bring a rook to the h-file and just ask you how you're going to defend.
Yeah, rook b6, I think if you want to explain rook b6, queen e1, I think, is a move played with the intention of trying to play f2, f4. And if you play f4 here, you immediately resign after rook e6 because everything collapses.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is why we lifted it to the 6th rank.
So, queen e1, threatening f4, rook b6, preventing your threat.
Preventing f4, yeah.
How could black, let's say, mess this up? Because it looks like every move should be winning.
Yeah, I guess if you play queen takes g5 and white plays e3, e4, maybe you can imagine this.
White can maybe survive there.
For black.
Even this, though.
Still very bad. Rook e6, rook b6, queen g4, all kinds of things.
Yeah. Queen g4, rook e6, rook b6.
So we can't find a bad move for black.
We're trying.
I mean,
but
I just did a stint of commentary with Gusti, who absolutely pounces on sentences like this and starts suggesting like blunders of queen in one move and things. You know, so, like, I am back to being very defensive when prompted to name a bad move. Yeah, there's definitely bad moves everywhere.
You can do it, Peter.
Yeah.
If anybody can. No, this looks really, really
absolutely
unpleasant.
Depressing position, really.
Yeah.
And it's all because black managed to play c4 and then white didn't get that e4 in time.
Exactly.
Should we check how Keymer's doing? Because it's a very sharp position between Wesley and Vincent.
When we have left it, we saw rook takes e3 bishop, g4. Wesley said, okay, I'm ready to pounce on the pawn on c6. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, said Vincent. You're welcome to have it. And
I think he just took the pawn on e5.
I think the problem here is the desirable rook c6 is being met by either bishop h3 or bishop f3, and that was why Wesley first played queen e3, queen takes, and I'm guessing knight to d4?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's blockade.
Here.
Just, if I'm going to take this pawn on c6, I'd love to do it with a gain of that tempo.
If I go bishop d7?
Best move, and we take on c6, probably knight and rook, even though you could should maybe consider the other order as well.
You take with the knight and then rook. And I played d4. You're not worse?
I've got
We
check.
are worse, yeah.
Okay.
It's just that we maybe don't have anything stronger. D4 queen goes somewhere, h3, h6, I don't know, b3 check maybe actually, and then queen e6 or something.
Look at those pretty pawns on d4 and e4.
They are.
They are very, very pretty. The computer, the bar evaluation.
I think maybe it's very clever. Maybe d4, rook c5. Yeah.
What? Rook c5?
Maybe
That's
this is
easy
the
to
idea.
miss.
I have queen g3 check, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah,
Not to play queen
Saves the
d3.
game completely.
Yes. So you have no
In
d5,
between
d4.
moves, always save the day.
Oh, those Swigenzugs, huh?
I can't pronounce that word, so that's why I keep calling them.
I'm probably doing it wrongly as well, but Swischenzug was the way I would pronounce it.
But if Wesley plays knight d4, bishop d7, can he take with the rook on c6?
Yeah, also playable. And honestly, kind of preferable from the aesthetic viewpoint, right? Because you would like to keep the knight on d4 alive.
Exactly. I don't want to allow d4.
Yeah.
And at least if it happens later, one pair of rooks will be off, and maybe it's less scary.
I'm just going to refresh my board because we do have a change. We do have new moves.
Knight d4.
He did play knight d4.
Yeah, and Vincent is considering his options after knight d4.
12 minutes for Vincent. We can see the Valbor says black is a little bit better. Wesley shaking his head. He's definitely not happy with his position.
I think when he played the move a2, a3, that was a little bit soft by Wesley, and he got...
He forgot that now bishop h3 works.
Exactly.
Yeah. Vincent looks confident. He really likes his position.
Yes, he does.
Should we go back to Prague? Because Alireza did play a move that Peter said wasn't the best.
He's still much better, but it's become maybe slightly more complicated.
So here we were looking at king rook g7, rook b6, rook e6, where alternatives. Queen takes g5 was definitely on my agenda because I like taking pawns, but
e4 is best here. This is the correct way to at least try to do something, but I think now we can finally name a move which maybe throws away most, if not all, of your advantage. You're not supposed to take on g3 here, but that is, I think, very intuitively easy to understand. The rook on f1 should not be included in the game for free, right?
Exactly.
So you play rook e6 or rook b6 once again here.
Somehow I like rook b6.
Okay, I play e5. The idea of bringing the queen to e4 if needed.
Yeah, makes sense.
You go rook h6?
Probably something like queen 8. No, queen d1. You always seem to have this queen d1 move. Yeah, you always have this queen d1 move. Not happy about that.
Maybe
Sorry,
take on g3 and go rook h6.
And if I play rook takes b5, let's see, rook h6. Yeah. Rook takes b5, hg.
Rook b5 looks like suicide.
Suicide, yeah.
Takes queen h5 probably, right? And something bad will happen.
Very bad.
Yeah. I think the engine puts the rook on b2 and hopes to have it included in the defense.
Back here.
Rook b2 also looks
Actually,
well.
not here. Yeah, it's after the trade. I saw it was playing rook
Do we
b2.
play f4 here, maybe? Do we play f4, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
f4. That would
After
be
rook
fun.
h6.
Rook h6, f4, sorry. f4. Just like throwing your pawn shield up the board, huh?
Yeah. No, f4 it doesn't like. It likes queen c1, which I think maybe we should have found. trying to chase the queen around. Queen h5, queen d1, just kind of.
Yeah, somehow completely missed that move.
Just keep attacking the queen.
Right, we'll see what Alireza chooses to do after e4. He has plenty of time, twice as much time as Prague. And also they're very close to move 40, so time trouble is
But
not
still, the lines
problem.
we're showing, I think, is a very good indication as to why keeping the queen on d5 for as long as possible maybe was simpler. Because at least white now has some active moves to look forward to. And if you didn't give white e3, e4, finding next moves was going to be a very big challenge for Pragg.
Not fun.
Yeah.
8 minutes. Just out of complete curiosity, f5. I'm assuming
You're creating
e5.
a long-term weakness on your king, right? You're going directly for a checkmate with f4.
I don't know if it's checkmate. Just preventing queen c1.
Say I go queen e4.
Of course, you just put your queen in the.
Because then I can also have
queen
g2 ideas.
Yeah, I was going to be checkmating you, I thought, but queen
Yeah, and
g2.
I think in the end game, being down just one pawn will be a relief for white.
Copy
an
that.
absolute dream by now.
Yeah, copy that. Yes, as we see Alireza looking at his choices, he's got almost a 2-to-1 time advantage. And what move are they on, by the way?
35.
Move 35. So at time control, of course, is move 40. Players will get an extra 30 minutes for the secondary time control. And I'm just going to check in on Jorden and Fabi, because that was the game where Fabi forcibly won a pawn. And let me
He
see.
still has the extra pawn, but white's dark square bishop seems to be sufficient compensation right now.
Not
They're going
a
all
big
the way
surprise.
back, yeah.
Queen b2, bishop f1, as predicted by Peter. Rooks at d4.
Some pieces came off here.
The
I think
rooks
trades actually benefit white, even though they're
Yeah.
down a pawn.
And this final move is quite clever because it looks like we've blundered knight c6, but we have queen takes b7 and then queen
Ooh.
b8 check.
Very nice. Finally getting the pawn back.
Yay. Knight takes e5, check, and how do these two players match up previously? How have they scored?
In classical chess, Fabi has +2 score against Jorden, 4 draws. Honestly, not a terrible score against Fabiano Caruana.
Well, six game, not to win a game. I'm assuming that this is from a number of Tata Steel tournaments,
For sure.
because Fabi has played a number of times in Paikidze. So queen e4, queen b4. In just a second, I'm going to have to refresh.
Yeah, this is the most balanced position we have out of 3 games left. Yes, sir, maybe we should jump to Wesley and Vincent, because I don't understand what's happening in this game.
Okay, just a second. When we left it, we saw the move queen takes e5, knight d4.
No
queen
bishop d7.
Drop back to g7.
Pawn is gone.
So Wesley happily captured the pawn.
I think maybe Vincent either missed or misunderstood how good rook c2 here is, because if I didn't have rook c2, bishop f3 would have been borderline winning.
True, but even now it looks great for black. Rook is coming to g6.
Yeah, but we go rook f1.
And rook f2.
And then rook 1 f2, and it seems like everything is actually quite well protected.
If I start pushing the h-pawn, it's too slow.
It feels like it's just not fast enough, yeah.
So at a certain moment, aren't I going to play knight takes f3?
And rook f3, yes.
Yeah. So rook g3, pardon me,
Well,
rook
rook
g6.
c3 is just unplayable, right? Because
Yeah.
I can take
You
twice.
just take already.
I can take twice, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, unplayable maybe is strong, but not great.
So, but if bishop has to step back, then clearly white is...
You can go rook 6 f6, and
keep
white
it
has
there.
no immediate way to...
Can white start pushing the extra pawn, the e4?
yeah, but there's play on the queen
E5.
side, exactly. And I think maybe the bigger issue for black is that it looks like what you're doing on the king side looks very attractive, but you're kind of stuck. You're not making as much progress as you would like, and
So rook
white
I'm
has...
sorry, breaking news, but Alireza has made a mistake, and if Pragg plays that queen c1 move we're considering, I think he's
Even
equalizing.
queen e3.
Even queen e3, let's quickly
Shockingly,
jump.
even queen e3 is not bad.
I'm going to switch. Rook on a8 to d8.
b8 to d8, and now any
Rook
queen
B-
trade offer, c1, queen c1 or queen e3 seems to have almost completely equalized.
What a relief that is. Queen e3, if that one equalizes,
Yeah, queen e3,
wow.
wow, I guess black just doesn't have enough pawns in the endgame.
Exactly. B5, any
b5
queen
will
trade.
be lost.
Yeah, it still looks very dangerous, but it appears to be a draw after queen e3, let's say.
Queens have to come off?
Well, yeah, I mean, ignoring the queen e3 will be very difficult. It's cementing everything. I'm pretty sure he thinks he's winning after queen takes e3. f3, rook e4. But rook b5, rook takes e3, rook g5 check, king f8, and then the heartless machine just goes g takes h4 and h5 and says this is enough.
Wow.
Honestly, in a practical game, I would still be extremely worried. I'm just objectively lost here, but it just says zeros basically after h5.
Yeah, and I can understand why actually, because you're pretty quick to play rook.
So rook f5 is an idea, black king, isn't
Rook
that safe?
f5, yeah. No, this is a massive relief for Prague.
He has 8 minutes to figure out that this endgame is not lost and he needs to offer the queen trade.
Yeah, and queen c1 maybe is even cleaner because it doesn't compromise our structure on the king side as much. But I think you're, very tempted to play queen e3 because it forces the queen trade, I think, more.
And by the way, breaking news, I've just been told that Fabi's game is racing to a repetition.
Not yet, but they'll eventually find the repetition. It's equal for now.
They'll eventually find it.
Yeah, Jorden has gotten the pawn back, and now it's an equal endgame.
Yeah, he is not even remotely worse anymore. Pretty much any normal move here, I think, should equalize.
Would you choose queen c1 over queen e3 here?
I'm not sure. On 7 minutes, I think you kind of want to keep things as close as possible, and queen e3 really forces the queen trade, whereas after queen c1, there's a lot of moves like queen f6 or queen h5 that you need to consider.
Right. Well, reading the body language, well, Peter, you know Prague better. Does he think he's coming back?
I think he knows that he's been given a lifeline here,
And we had Anish's interview where he said the same thing. He got what he wanted, the better position, but just wasn't able to convert it. You know, first round players are usually taking it cautiously, but if you get your chance, it's so hard to get a better position against these players. You have to take your chances.
Yeah, if Prague does escape with this one, Alireza will be absolutely kicking himself because he was playing a model game, I would say, up until a certain point.
Until the move queen takes g5. King g7 would have been a very, very stylish move exactly at that moment, keeping e4 under control.
Well, it's hard because he believes the endgame is winning after queen e3, so he thinks he has done nothing wrong.
Exactly.
He made all logical moves. Down to 6 minutes.
It's Prague.
He's played queen e3, the best move.
Or queen c1. Which one was the best move, by the way?
Queen e3.
Queen e3, really?
Top of the line.
Model A.
Black has this quirky move, rook d5. It achieves nothing, but it exists.
That's like that rook takes c4 move that Peter was showing us. Very humorous. Rook g5.
Okay, let's take a look at queen g6, because if I was Alireza here and calculated the endgame is not winning, I would go queen g6. Oh, he did not think about it, immediately snapped the queen off the board.
I'm sure this was his intention when he played rook d8. Was like Peter was saying. That
the thing with queen g6 is rook b5 exists, right? Rook b5 with the threat of rook g5, so it's also not that dangerous.
Yeah.
And here he goes, rook takes e4.
Does Prague have to find only moves here, or?
If you don't take on b5, although gh4 is fine, even rook f5 is fine somehow. So I guess the answer is no,
I would be very, very fearful of rook d5. Personally.
I want to take the b5.
I want to take that, exactly, with every fiber of my being, in fact. And then we were looking at rook takes e3, rook g5.
Yeah, the rest is still looking very confident.
King f8 takes.
And who can blame him? This position looks much better for black. We just know the vol is triple zeros.
And h5.
Rook end games are just a mystery.
Yeah. Remember the candidates that 4 rook ending Hikaru.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It was Fabiano Hikaru. Yeah.
It was also Hikaru against Wesley.
Wesley, yeah.
We had a lot of 4 rook end games during the candidates.
Exactly. A good time to
It's
brush.
looking like 5 draws right now.
Brush off my rook and pawn endgames book.
Well, We know Jorden against Fabi will end in a draw, but Wesley against Vincent could still go.
Could happen. Anything could happen there still.
in
Let's
all
actually
kinds of
jump there
directions.
because Wesley's down to 5 minutes. Have they reached the time control yet? No, they're 10 moves away. Rook f6 was played by Vincent.
Rook f1, rook f6.
We want to get out of this pin, but we don't have a move with the king.
No.
So do we start pushing the queenside pawns?
I'm thinking the same thing. How slow is a4, a5, a6?
Well, slower than h5, h4, h3, I think.
But I'm worried about a certain trick. If I play rook f2, is bishop takes g2 possible?
It's winning.
Oh, that's a nasty.
But why though?
That's
I've been trying to work this out. Like rook takes g2 here.
Rook takes f1 check.
King h2. Why isn't white winning?
Rook f2, maybe?
Oh, rook f2.
But wait.
Rook 8 f2.
And then
queen
g1.
g1.
Nice.
Oh
That's
my
nice.
gosh. That's a beautiful line. So look, I can take the queen, I can take the rook, I can take the, no, I can't take the rook. Wow.
That's very pretty.
That's very pretty. I mean, you can almost hear the angels singing, the clouds are parting and everything else.
Well,
But bishop takes g2. Because you play a move like rook f2 and you think I'm consolidating, everything is beautiful.
I think Fabi's game is finally coming to an end. They're just going to move the kings back and forth. Pawns have been blockaded. What do you think?
Oh yeah, this is definitely a draw.
Just a couple more moves before they shake hands.
I think the kings are going to make a mad dash to the queen side. King e3, king d2, king c3. And Fabi's going to put his king on d6. And then they're going to figure out a...
Who's happier with this draw in this game?
Good
Jorden?
question. I don't know. If I was Fabi, I'd feel pretty good about proceedings. I had the black pieces, he had no difficulties, and maybe at a certain moment he was the one pushing.
Right, with the black pieces, you can't be unhappy about a draw.
On the other hand, I'm not quite sure that Fabi's opening was actually that good. The bishop
the
on
d6 line.
the bishop on c5 looked like it was high and dry there. Or
Can he play bishop c4, or
Yeah.
that would be a bit risky?
I'm just wondering if it comes with a threat, though.
No.
I don't think you want to take on d5, although you might. Bishop c4, king c6, and say, okay,
Then you have to calculate the pawn ending.
yeah, hate that.
I mean, it is an easy draw, though.
Is it? Why is it an easy draw?
No,
It's
let's not take on d5.
No, not right now. I have to have pawn on a4 already. Then I can
Right.
take and go king d3. Yes.
And that's an easy draw.
Yeah.
But this is how we
Well,
lose.
take king d3 and a4, and I'm lost. So
Right,
it's-
now you're in 6-1. You have to make room for either king c4.
So Jorden says, I'm not going to calculate the straights. Went bishop d3.
A wise man. Indeed. Bishop
King
d3.
c6 was played. So in this tournament, there's no draw offers allowed ever.
Right.
Because in the candidates, I think after move 40 or 50,
40,
they could offer draws.
Yeah.
Bishop f1, and now we're going to see the repetition. King d6. Who got the? I think Foreest got the number 1, right? He gets 2 whites in the tournament.
Nice way
Starts
of
with
starting.
2 whites, yeah.
And for those of you who may be thinking, well, that's an advantage to have an extra white, and then comes the Sinkfield Cup. Well, what happens? They switch colors. So
He'll start with 2 blacks.
So the player who started with 2 blacks in Bucharest will have 2 whites in St. Louis.
Just to make it fair for everybody.
Exactly. Frankly, I've always thought that double round robins were the best types of events. Like the candidates, I thought they were always the most fair. Unfortunately, they're lengthy event, so it's very hard to have a 10-player double round robin, for example. So you get, 4-player double round robins.
And there we go. The handshake. This game also ends in a draw.
3 draws to kick off our second Grand Chess Tour.
Let's jump back to Prague and Alireza.
Okay. And we do have this exact sequence. Rook takes e4, rook takes b5, rook takes e3 on the board.
Okay, so
He took on h4 without giving a check on g5, which actually gives him additional options. Gh, rook, exactly what he's done. Rook d4, and now you can play rook b8, king g7, rook b7.
And they just reached move 40.
Rook b8 check.
You have to play rook b7 here, though, right?
I assume, otherwise why would you drive the king to a layer square?
No, it looks great, and he's already played it.
Yeah, and black can actually win the pawn on h4 with check. If you go rook g4 check here, the machine goes king h2, not king f2.
That's
King h2, rook h4, king g2. And says, I will eventually pick up the pawn on f7, and then I will have enough counterplay. And with the black king so far away from the c-pawn, we're not worried about trading rooks at any points.
Is king f2 losing instead of king h2?
Let me check.
Because giving up the pawn with check is kind of unnatural.
Yeah, unless you're absolutely sure you're going to get the f7 pawn back. What for me is always a little bit thought-provoking is, am I going to get checkmated on the h file?
Right, that's scary.
I put my rook on g4.
back.
Yeah, king f2 is a problem. King f2, rook e5, or rook e6, you're worse. I don't know if you're losing. Maybe you're still not losing exactly, but you definitely shouldn't do it. It makes your life a lot harder.
So just to be clear, what we're talking
moments for Prague.
What we're talking about is after rook b7, rook g4 check.
Don't go king f2.
Because
rook e5, I think, is the strongest.
Rook just drops back, and suddenly.
Yeah, f7 survives, and you are going to be. You'll have to work here.
Yeah.
You will absolutely have to work.
Yeah, this looks scary.
I'm sure when Prague played rook b8 check followed by rook b7, his intention was to meet check with king.
Since these players have reached time control, let's jump to Wesley and Vincent, because both of them are now in kind of a time trouble with still 8 moves to go until the time control. Meanwhile, Jorden and Fabi were still discussing their game.
Okay, and Wesley decided to overprotect the pawn on g2. He went rook on c1.
Can he finally take the bishop on f3, or no? Then I'm losing the pawn on g2. I was looking at knight f3, but then I can defend g2.
Knight
after
f3, e takes f. Right.
Yeah. So.
Not a good idea.
I think he's going to allow f takes g and then just take rook g2. It just looks scary that I might get checkmated with rook f1, queen h6. Oh, my queen is pinned.
That's the point. Knight
That's
f3,
the
gf.
point.
Yeah, so Wesley chooses to take on f3, and now there's a bunch of moves which are decent. You can play rook c d2. You can, the engine basically says black has no threats, which seems a bit surprising, but because of white's full control over the long diagonal. Second best move on my screen is b2, b3.
b2, b3.
As a kind of an indication of just how safe the engine feels here.
e3.
Yeah, but rook d2 is, nobody plays b3, but some people might actually play rook d2, and after f takes g2, we can simply take on g2 ourselves, rook f1 check king h2, because the queen is pinned on g7, so black will have to trade queens. But the resulting rook ending should be very, very level.
And he has played rook c to d2.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a ridiculous move.
I know, exactly.
Yeah.
If someone makes that, you have to suspect they're cheating.
Something's wrong. Wait a minute. Yeah, you don't take any threat seriously.
fg2 might be the only clean equality here for black, which is maybe a bit tricky for Vincent, because you have to liquidate into a rook ending, which, if anyone is worse here, it's black, because white has a passer on the a file, which seems more relevant than the one on the h file.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the temptation not to do it might be quite strong. But if you play, let's say, I thought, why not c6?
Okay,
seems
like
logical
a decent move.
To play c6. But then after b5, you're at least a little bit worse. Yeah, because if you take on g2 here, I will take on c6. I don't have to react to the pawn on g2 at all, actually. And this starts entering properly risky territory for black.
Again, sorry, that arrow was supposed to be all the way to h8, making it very difficult for black to do anything like a rook f1 check kind of situation.
4 minutes for Vincent. Yeah, he has to take on g2, otherwise he'll still have some problems. But if he does take...
I'm with Peter on this one. I mean, at a certain moment, you're thinking to yourself, well, I have an initiative. I don't want to take on g2. I feel like I might be slightly worse. There has to be some way of getting an advantage. So I'll play c6. And then after b5, it's kind of a rude awakening, right? Wait a minute. Where did it go wrong?
Well, I think at the board you should already be feeling that you don't have anything left and you're the one making the draw.
True.
I mean, this was such a fun game and exciting position. And then everything liquidates and we still end up in a drawish rook endgame.
Welcome.
Chess, right?
For me, kind of a breakthrough in my understanding, and it really threw me off kilter, was I could have a king, a bishop, and a pawn, and you could have nothing, and it was a draw. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, a bishop and an extra bishop, an extra pawn is still a draw. And of course, I'm referring to the wrong color, A and H.
That kind of defies all logic.
Yeah, that was just...
I've been mesmerized by our screen because there's a countdown happening on the black clock there.
24 seconds.
But also for Wesley there, he began with a minute and he is now down to 24 seconds. And now you see 17 now, even though it's not his move. How is Wesley losing time? This is very alarming somehow. If they invented a new version of a chess clock which just subtracts your time when you're not this,
7 seconds.
Wesley's about to lose on time with black to move somehow.
Right. I suspected back in the day there were some Yugoslav grandmasters who were absolutely demons at blitz chess. And these Yugoslav chess clocks, I wasn't very happy about them. One side seemed to tick a little faster than the other, and they knew precisely which side.
I think I told this story on air once, but a legend of American blitz chess who will remain unnamed was once playing a match against a friend of mine, and he kept on winning on time somehow. And my friend, who was already objectively probably a better player than the American player, at some point stopped and said, what is happening here? And it was explained to him that after years of research, he found a particular angle of a hit on the button, which shook like 20 seconds off your opponent's
Gave it that extra little impetus, yes.
Yeah, so if he saw that the game was heading in the wrong direction, he would just do the precise movement, which
nice.
Win the game in 3 hits, Instead of 3 moves, he would win the game in 3 hits.
And Vincent, after some time, did come up with the correct response, f3.
Rook takes f6,
takes g2. Rook takes
Vincent
f6.
went all the way down to 5 seconds. He's playing with just 30-second increment now. We just had the clocks wrong earlier.
Yes. Yes. But it was funny to see Wesley's clock going down.
Came off.
Rook takes
so rook f6, he'll take on g2, and I thought maybe d5, d4 is the game, but currently maybe none of them will. And still waiting for Wesley to make move 40. He is down to really not a lot of time on our screen. I don't know if the clocks are exactly correct. We had some shenanigans with the clocks early in the show, but it seems like both of them are playing pretty much on increment. Wesley has a bunch of options here which don't lose. As long as you don't unpin the rook on f6, preserving the pin on the long diagonal is the most important part of this position. So you can make all kinds of waiting moves here and be completely fine. Just don't take on d3. And yeah, Wesley's still thinking. He only needs to make one move to make the time control, so he is perfectly entitled to spend as much time as he likes. And he ended up playing queen d4, which is also completely fine, kind of a useful waiting move, improving the position of your queen, perhaps hinting at some rook f2 ideas, but black has all kinds of draws here. Queen b6 is fine. Queen e1, queen e7 back is fine. So options abound for Vincent to hold this. So let's wait for, and Vincent plays queen d6, which is definitely one of the ways to make sure you are completely fine here. And with the time control gone, let's switch to our studio in Bucharest and see what Anastasia and Cristian have for us.
Thanks, Peter. I'm here with Jorden. Jorden, you've been here with me for the last 10 minutes or so. We've been following this game. Can you tell us a little bit about what you were analyzing in this game?
Yeah, we're looking
just
a little
starters.
bit, yeah. And hard to say what was going on, like definitely some sharper stuff in my game, but looks like Wesley was trying a little bit, but maybe now after the time control everything is okay for black, yeah.
I think you were mentioning this move, rook g3 at this point, perhaps to get some chances.
Yeah, it looked pretty risky for black with the pin on the rook and all, but also this move rook g3, it's not at all easy to find for Wesley, yeah, so...
and then you have to go something like queen b4 and...
Now, this could be tricky, but it didn't happen. So
I see the engine moves being c6, which is kind of a crazy one. Or maybe, is it c5?
c5.
Okay, this is unfindable, if that's a word.
Yeah.
Jorden, first time at the Grand Chess Tour as a full-time participant. You've played as a wildcard before. Obviously, this is a big change for you. How are you feeling, your emotions about this one in the first game against Fabi?
Yeah, no, it's a huge opportunity for me, for sure. So thanks to the Grand Chess Tour organizers for giving me this opportunity. It's the first time I'm here as a full tour player, and I'm really excited to play, all these top players in every event. I played some top tournaments, but now there's like 4 really big tournaments coming up, and hopefully I'll be mentally ready for it. And yeah, at least today was solid, I guess, but honestly, I didn't really like my play against Fabi. I think he was putting some pressure on me, and honestly, I was hoping to put a little pressure on him, but I think at least I defended well.
It felt like you surprised him in the opening with your opening choice, d4. Did he surprise you back? Did you expect what he decided to play against?
Yeah, maybe we were surprising each other a little bit, but I think he surprised me more than I surprised him. So I don't think that, like the opening, I didn't understand it very well. So he did a good job there taking me out of my comfort zone, and he played a line he doesn't usually play, I think, and he told me after the game that he knew a little bit about it. So, I mean, it should be a bit better for white, but if you don't know exactly how to play, things are hard to understand over the board.
So you think it was a conscious decision for him to play this one? Because we were analyzing with Garry, and Garry was saying that, this is quite a suspicious way to play for black, with the bishop on c5, the weakness on d6, and it just felt like an easy play for white. But he did seem to know the position very well.
Yeah, well, at first I wasn't sure what was going on, because Fabi was also spending some time in the opening, so I wasn't sure, like, is he just trying to freestyle here, or does he actually know what he's doing? But then, like, he made some very clever moves, and I think I didn't find the best way, and soon he got, like, a very comfortable hedgehog. But I agree that, to me, initially, I also really liked my position, and it seemed easy to play, but as I started to think, I realized matters are not so simple, and, well, after the game, he told me he kind of knew what he was doing, and of course, it's Caruana after all, so not that surprising, but yeah, maybe I was a bit over-optimistic there, and maybe a bit naive on my part to think that I would get such a seemingly good position out of the opening, but actually black was fine. And I think maybe he was taking a little risk there as well, trying to get a game against me, which is not a strange approach, I would say. He also wants to play, especially against me with black, and yeah, he got a game for sure.
Were there any worries at all during the game? Obviously, after f5, knight c5, things are becoming a little bit more complex.
Yeah, I didn't like that I had to give up the pawn, but by that point I didn't see anything better. Honestly, initially I thought I can just drop back with the knight if
Let's
I can.
see, perhaps we can.
But I missed
show
something
that on the board really quick.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, sure. So yeah, I thought I was worse here, but already I didn't see any way back. Yeah, so
you did make the right decision to go knight c5.
Yeah, the thing is, I thought I can go here, but this is probably really bad because of f4, e4, and now f3, which I just missed initially. Also, I thought maybe I can go here, but
yeah, this one
these
would have been
lines
quite bad.
are just bad for me. I'm still looking at bishop g7 here, but
that's what I thought you were going for, at least
I
from
didn't
a
really
practical
believe in it. I was just
perspective,
looking. So I kind of told myself, like, okay, this is knight e4 is definitely a bad move, and it was a mistake, but I have to admit that I made a mistake, go knight c5 and defend this position down a pawn, and at least with the bishops, like, I know he has chances there, but with the bishops, it's not that easy for him to make any progress, and I think he definitely didn't find the right way to put the maximum pressure on me there, and I kind of escaped with one there, you could say.
Game one in the books, obviously the nerves are kind of dissipating at this point. How are you feeling about your form right now, and what are the goals, let's say, for this tournament?
Well, about my form, I mean, it's hard to say. I came just from Sweden, where I played a tournament where I had one big highlight, but I didn't play
you
so...
did beat Magnus.
Yeah,
yes.
But the other games were were a bit shaky, I would say. I missed some chances, and I was a bit disappointed with my other games there. So I know if I'm in my best shape, I can play with anyone, but I have to get there, and that's basically what I'm trying to do here. Like, have the right energy, the right preparation, and just feel good. About goals, well, I mean, it would be nice to at least win a game here, yeah. I know it's very difficult, so yeah, it would be nice.
Jorden, thank you very much for coming in and analyzing with us and sharing your ideas. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Cristian.
Guys, back to you.
And welcome back, and thanks to that interview, Cristian speaking to Jorden there about his game. Jorden was trying to show us some lines where he was getting mated, but he wisely chose not to do any of those things in the game, and the game ended up peacefully so far, 3 draws in the round. And the last 2 games are both rook endings, both actually still kind of tricky. In particular, the game between Wesley So and Vincent Keymer is a very unusual looking rook ending, with white having passers on the queen side and black having potentially 2 quite well advanced passers, one on d3 and one on h3. But it looks like with best play, this is still very much a draw. And there you have a close-up of Wesley having made the time control. He can now spend some time trying to figure out what's going on. But somewhat unsurprisingly, kind of a 3 against 3 rook ending ends up being pretty level. And there you have Vincent also at the board, feeling quite relaxed, I would say, by now. I don't think he is in... although, yeah, I don't know why I describe this particular posture as relaxed, but I guess maybe he thinks he missed something. I don't think he is worried about this position. I think he is worried maybe he was better at some point. But I'm not sure he was. It was a very interesting game, very complicated game, which required a lot of calculation from both of them. But it was pretty well played, considering how unusual the structures were and how difficult the calculations were at various points in the game. King g7 chosen by Vincent. You can't really avoid pushing the h-pawn. Eventually, you will have to play h5. Let's say after king g7, king f2, you probably need to start pushing your own passer, because otherwise, if you don't do it even here, if you play king f6, white will play king e3, and then white will be able to take on d3 because the king will be in time to come back to the h-pawn. But if you play h5, king e3, h4, white can no longer take any of your passers, and you're completely safe. This is still quite sharp, because obviously white can start pushing the a-pawn down the board. White can initiate some kind of a chase with rook g2 check, let's say king f6, king d2. And now we want to start pushing a4, a5, and the rook is freer to roam compared to the very passive position on d2. But this is still completely fine for black in more than one way. You can activate your king, run it towards d4, c4, and b5 maybe even, or You can go rook d4 and try to play for h3, rook h4 in some positions. Meantime, in the other rook ending that we have in the round, we have this position in the game between Pragg and Alireza, where Alireza, very understandably, is not going to make an immediate draw just yet. He is a pawn up in this 4-rook ending. And importantly, the white king is cut off on the h file. If this king was anywhere near the passer, I think offering a draw would not be a mistake at all. But with the king still cut off on the h file, I think it's very logical for Alireza to continue playing. But most things hold. Of course, you can't offer a rook trade just yet, although actually you can, shockingly. I thought this was losing, but if rook f3 is a draw, then maybe your winning chances aren't really very high. I thought you can't really afford to do this with the king as far away as it is on h2, but the black king is also pretty far. And it turns out that even this holds, which is kind of a bitter disappointment for black, because that really means that white has all the leeway in the world to hold this position pretty much whichever way you like. So we are seemingly headed towards all 5 games of our opening round of the Bucharest Chess Classic getting drawn, but honestly a very interesting round. The one quote-unquote dry game of the round was the exchange King's Indian between Bogdan-Daniel, Deac and Javokhir, Sindarov. This one wasn't particularly exciting, but the other 4 definitely provided us with enough material to talk about. There was plenty things to discuss, and this is just variance. We've had, I think last year there was a tournament where the first 3 rounds produced no decisive games, but you can't really, today you definitely cannot blame the players for trying. And it looks like I can finally be rejoined by my wonderful co-host. Once again, so apologies for the technical difficulties which produced the horrible situation of having to listen to me for 5 minutes straight.
You did great, as we see the standings there, Peter, after 3 games have been drawn, and as you've been mentioning, the 2 remaining games, the rook endings, it does look like 5 draws to get us started in the Super Chess Classic. Unfortunately, we've had a little electrical issues, and Nasi is unable to join us at the moment. And well, I like this feeling of power that suddenly surges through my veins when the electricity is off. What's going on here, Peter? As we get a view of the staging in Bucharest, the Romania Central Bank have opened up their vaults. And I'm looking at the game of Wesley So. There, I mean, it's a funny, tricky ending. He's just played the move A4.
Yeah, he played A4. But the thing is, you can pretty much ignore it getting all the way to A7. As long as your king gets to like E4 or D4 in the meantime, you can actually allow A7, rook D8, and you're still in no trouble whatsoever, seemingly.
But the idea is that, as you were mentioning, you can't do without H5
Yeah, I
and
think
H4.
you throw in H5 somewhere.
Because if you go King E3, A5, B5, and A6, eventually this pawn is going to be...
Although specifically here, now that A4 has been included, specifically here, I guess I can go King E5.
King E5, King E3.
And rook D4. This probably also holds quite comfortably, right?
Yes, it
Now that you've
likely
softened up
does.
your structure on the queen side, I can start trading pawns.
Good point. That puts a damper on things, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Oh. All right. Well, then it makes it a very comfortable draw in that case. Because as I was listening to you and hearing everything you were saying, there was a moment there I thought that Vincent had to start with H5 and H4. He started with King G7, and I thought, okay, King F2. Has he played? No, he didn't play H5.
Wesley didn't play King F2. Wesley began with A4, which, as mentioned,
Yes.
Honestly, I mean, even the immediate rook d4, we don't even have to play king f6. It feels like a4 is a little bit of a draw offer, frankly.
Right.
It really is inviting black to start trading. Rook takes b4, rook takes d3, c5, and we get everything off the board, right?
Yes.
I think, honestly, Wesley playing a4 here is him saying, I would like for this game to be over.
Yeah.
I don't believe I'm better, and I would like not to prolong it over much, yeah?
Exactly. Which does beg the question, if Wesley had tried f2, is it h5?
I think h5, yeah. Here we do h4, we do play h5.
h5, we do play king e3, we do play h4, and then, let's say I play b5. Whoa.
Something
I did something really
happened,
wrong.
yeah.
I was going to play a4 and a5 next, but I've missed something. It must be a check.
Maybe h3 first and then the check, I don't know.
Okay. I was talking about a tricky rook and pawn endgame, but I tricked myself. And it must be here.
And then the check, yeah. King f3. I still don't see how king f3 loses, but now I wouldn't be shocked if it did lose, right? Somehow.
Rook h6?
Rook h6, rook h2, rook d6, rook d6 probably, yeah. And now back to d6, and you get torn apart, maybe? No, d2, king e2, I thought.
Good point. So
but rook d6, so you have rook d2 anyway. Yeah, I'm still not finding the win here. I have no idea why it says we've lost this with white, but
h2?
King g2?
Rook h6, king h1.
Yeah.
It's very funny. I'm still not seeing the win.
I don't see it, yeah. The machine says it's completely lost, but yeah. Okay.
Could it?
No, as you can see, this is a mistake.
Huh. Rook g6. What are we missing, Peter? It must be obvious.
It must be, but it clearly isn't, though. Rook h6, rook h2.
d2? King e2? No, d2?
No, we have to include the king, actually. The thing is, the quote-unquote threats white has on the king, on the queen side are just completely irrelevant. b5, h3, king f3, if we go back to that position.
Which position?
One move back, yeah, here, instead of even further back. Back.
Sorry, just trying to get it to go back.
Yeah, don't even give a check on e6. Just go king g6 here. Sorry, that's not the position we're discussing, a4. Yeah. Eventually the king has to be included. You can't win without the king, basically.
Right.
So we got most of the way there. So rook e6 check here, king f3, rook h6, rook h2,
okay.
Rook d6, rook d2. And in that position you include the king. You go king g6.
Now.
And
king g6.
Shockingly, a5 just does nothing. a5, you can go h2, king g2, king f5, and eventually, when the king lands to on e3, the g pawn will cost white a rook, and the a pawn will cost black nothing. So,
wow,
not obvious, but also an illustration, perhaps, why Wesley is not playing this for a win.
Yeah. Saying, okay, let's close the book on this one. Remarkable. Line of play, I must say. I'm just going to refresh my board and get to the current live position, which is you're about to see it, a4. Whoops. My mouse does not like me. Because we know that the live position is the one on the board with a4.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't update. Okay, so a4.
And I guess Vincent is considering playing for a win, because I'm sure he knows rook d4 is basically an immediate draw.
Yeah.
So
he must be considering
him not playing it yet, I think, is a very clear indication that he's wondering if he could be better.
Yeah, king f6, king e5, king d4, as you've shown. So after king f6, I think I'm ready to stop you from playing king e5 and king d4 with king f2 and king e3. I should be careful. Well, it's nice of you, Nasi, just to sit there quietly and not join us at all. I mean, not bothering anybody, just enjoying the proceeds. Okay, and in the game between Prague and Alireza, Peter, any?
Well, the thing that was kind of curious for me was whether we can actually start chasing the rook on e3 and with the intention of trading it, and we can. We can go rook 7 f3, and the trade is a draw, and rook e2, rook f2 is also a draw. And if you can do it, I think you probably should do it, frankly. Why not?
So munch, and the idea, I'd be a little bit scared.
King g3 simply. The king is too far away. We go king g3 and then run towards the c-pawn. c3, rook c2.
Absolutely safe.
Yeah, king f5, yes. King f3, there's nothing here.
True that. True that. So there's no chance there. So,
yeah. I guess Prague is maybe worried black might play something like rook f3, rook e8, creating some threats of, or rook f2, rook e8, yeah, or rook e7, whichever way. But I guess knowing that those positions are drawn, we just go rook g2 here, right? Having established that this is a draw,
yes, a good
we
point.
Just go for it in every single position.
Forcing the trade with a pair of rooks. Correct. That makes it
now that we know the answer.
Yes, that makes it pretty simple. It's kind of remarkable. We've been doing broadcasts for well over a dozen years, and it was on the previous event that we had an electrical outage for the first time, as I can recall it at least, and now it's back-to-back events. We're putting together a streak of electrical occurrences.
Achievement hunting, yeah.
Yeah. Sunspots. Oh, sorry, this is not the live position. It's just our analysis board.
Rook f3 has not been played yet, and the feeling is probably most moves here which don't blunder rook maintain the draw, so you have choices.
Yeah, the first moves I always look at are forcing moves, and checks don't bring any.
Yeah, if it doesn't bring any relief, improving the black king doesn't feel necessary, even though I have a feeling this probably remains a draw. Which why would we do that?
I was just thinking, how could I lose this game? I'm wondering if this one does it. I guess not.
Not yet, no.
It's not actually checkmate.
No.
He just forces the king out of the...
Yeah, the one on f6 is not black. Like if the one on f6 was also a black rook, that would have been a very beautiful line made with 3 rooks. But
with 3 rooks.
That one is white, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no reasons for those checks. And as I'm looking at the clock times, I'm seeing about 18 minutes for Prague, 32 minutes for Alireza. So definitely not, clocks are not an issue in this one. And we have rook on f7 to f8.
Yeah, still completely fine. I think he figured out there are no threats. He doesn't need to worry about rook h5, doesn't need to worry about rook e2, so he is just generating his own, I don't know if you call them threats, but ideas, I guess.
Yeah, I'm wondering if rook g8 takes g5 and king g2 is quote-unquote a threat, as you were saying.
Well, it loses against c3. This much we know. Well, I mean... Now, we know now, yeah, but if you actually go rook g8, g5 here, you've lost. This is not the one. Yeah, these are not the droids.
Because.
And that makes me wonder why we played rook f8. If we're not actually threatening to go rook g8, rook g5, I would have preferred something that actually created a threat.
Or at least that threat of trading a rook, rook f3. So c3, we don't play rook g8 and rook g5, I'm assuming?
Machine goes rook c8 and says no threats, I'm not worried, but
Well, from that perspective, we could have played rook c7.
The thing is, though, my argument kind of falls apart if you consider being a practical player, because I'm here in front of a screen which immediately tells me what the answer is.
Mm-hmm.
In a practical game, you consider going rook f3. You probably don't even see any reputation. You think it might be a draw. But then you consider these.
Apologies, Peter, but apparently we've lost you. So what Peter is saying is, as a practical player, you want to play the move rook f3, and you start thinking to yourself, there's no reasons for me not to play this. And then you think, well, wait a minute, I can keep my dreams and hopes alive after rook f8. But then I'm sitting there getting confused. And this is where the confusion comes in. Pragg has played the move rook f8, but he doesn't threaten to play rook g8 takes g5. So why not force an exchange of rooks with rook f3? And apparently against c3, the engine is showing us that rook c8 is actually okay, but then why did we play rook f8 to c8?
Yeah.
Peter,
and, my argument was more, not even that it's unnecessary, it was more that you feel like it looks like a draw, rook f3, but if you're wrong, you will look so stupid.
And that thought flashes in your mind before you go to the press conference.
My mind definitely. If you, with your own hand, simplify into a lost single rook ending, you will never leave it down. And that probably stops you from making that move.
Remarkable. Yeah. But we do not see the move c3 by Alireza. He's got 30 minutes, so I'm going to go flash back to the Wesley So versus Vincent game and picking up our action. After the move a4, Vincent did not play rook d4, which we thought was a dead draw. Instead, he played the move king f6, king f2, h4 on the board, a5 by Wesley. And I suspect a6 is coming really fast, followed by rook takes d3.
Not sure. I don't think we need to beg this much, but maybe he will.
Because of king e5, king e3? Well, imagining, just for argument's sake, king e5, king e3, h4, yeah?
I think I'm playing b5 here.
Yeah.
I don't think I need to. I mean, a6 is a draw, but it feels like we're really kind of begging.
We're not desperado.
Yeah. I don't think we need to beg just yet.
No, I don't think so either. This looks absolutely fine. No threats. No threats. Yeah. a7 here, I guess, yeah, and then if you go rook a8, I will go rook h2 even, and I will pick up the one that worries me the most. Good idea. Good plan. Yes. Easy draw. Easy draw indeed. So for those of you joining us late, we do have 3 results so far, 3 drawn games, 2 remaining, both rook endings, and both of them drawing, but Pragg is the one who has to play very well to still maintain the balance. Well, very well, he needs to play accurately. Well, it hasn't been through lack of effort by the players.
Not at all, no.
There today. Especially for me, the game between MVL and Anish was a bit of a mystery, because in his post-game interview, Anish confessed that he didn't realize that the endgame was really so much in his advantage. He felt like he had a good position, but he was worried about a knight coming to e2 and f4, and that was not something he should have feared. We are watching the game between Wesley, so on the white side, versus Vincent, and Peter and I have been analyzing from this exact position after h5, a5 has been our main analysis, king e5, king e3, and h4.
Yeah, white has decent leeway here. Even a6, rook d3 doesn't lose, but it feels like it's completely unnecessary to give black that little bit of a pull. Black will put the rook on h6, play h3, and you will have to still defend something. But.
So Peter is saying that after a6, we don't have to be groveling towards the draw in the sense
Although honestly, how much groveling is there after king f2? I will play king f2, I'll play rook c3, and
not at all, actually.
It's completely untouchable, right? With the rook on c3, I'm just not really worried about anything at all.
Exactly. The rook will be just perfectly safe on c3. Yeah, no chances. Usually I'm pretty good at spotting the tricks here, but I'm not seeing them. If you so long as you don't inadvertently blunder, I get to queen and protect h1 in time. Oops.
Yeah, either side, yeah.
Either side.
Or h1 protecting a8.
Yeah. Oops. Should be a draw. Peter, I had asked you what it was like being in Cyprus. You were, as you were saying with Gusti, doing commentary for the FIDE side, and you explained that with Sindarov just blowing the tournament away, you ended up focusing on the ladies. Yeah, that was excellent. That was
excellent value, absolutely. And we were very happy it was there because, I mean, explaining every day how good Sindarov is, it never really got very old, but it did get a little bit old.
Right.
And the fact that there was an additional tournament alongside, which was unbelievably exciting, with I think out of the field of 8 players, I think 5, definitely maybe 6, had very legitimate chances at one point or another of running away with it.
I thought Anna Muzichuk was just going to win at one moment.
That loss to Divya
was amazing.
In round 7, I think, where she ended up not even drawing but losing a position she was bossing from move 15 onwards.
Yeah.
That must have been devastating.
Right.
And she came back after that. She had more chances, but that one game, she would have been 1 point clear of the field had she won it, and in great mood. And yeah, that was absolutely a very important turning point for the entire tournament. And then, of course, the eventual winner, Vaishali, she had a very shaky first half.
Yeah,
and the wins that started her on the way towards winning the tournament, she won a completely lost position against Tan.
Yes.
And then a very, very iffy game against Katerina Lachno, where she was also at one point completely lost. So lots of swings in that one. And we were very happily kind of concentrated on that half because with Sindarov never really in trouble after his first round game, he was in round 1, he was very much down on the clock and worse against Isipenko.
Yes.
And that was maybe the one worst position he had in the entire tournament.
As he explained himself.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, on the one hand, observing a performance like this is fantastic. It's very exciting to watch somebody dominate a field like this. But on the other hand, if we didn't have the women's section, there would be very little to talk about in terms of competitive intrigue, you know, and that is not great.
Yeah. So like you show up with Gusti. So what shall we talk about today?
Nice. We did get some TV series conversations in, which is a throwback.
King e6.
Is he aiming to play king d7, king c8 that way?
An indication that he's ready to up the a pawn. And are we out of the square if we go king e3, h4?
No, we're still completely fine.
We can do this?
Yeah.
No, we can't. No. We're out of the square. So is it one of those anything you can do, I can do better routines where I go king e1?
King e1, rook h2 is very playable if you want it.
And put my king on d1 and do it like this. That's a funny sequence. I like that, king e1 and rook h2.
Not necessary, but also very safe, yeah. There are plenty of choices now, I think, for both sides.
b5. Sorry, that's supposed to be b5 and a6. And we're looking at a line where Vincent brings his king back to c8.
Yeah, even b5, rook d5, b6 is objectively an immediate draw as well if you wanted, but...
b5 and b6. So again, we're seeing the game between Wesley So and Vincent likely going into a draw, and the same for Pragg and Alireza. But well, both Alireza and Wesley have 25 minutes on the clock, and they could easily go into a 25-minute tank here.
Yeah, no, I found a way to make Wesley make only moves. If we can switch to my board for a second.
Sure.
In the current position, if white goes b5.
Yeah.
Let's say rook d5.
Yeah.
b6.
Okay.
Takes king d7.
Makes sense.
And now king e1 is a draw, but if you play king e3,
yeah,
then after h4, now the only thing that makes a draw is king e4, rook d6, king e5, very specifically gluing yourself to this rook on d6 to make sure that b7 demands rook d8 from black. After king c6, b7, you can't take on b7. Everything else now loses, but
b7.
This still holds, rook d8, rook d3. So with some cooperation, you can construct a line where you will have to find some very findable but only moves.
Right, for white, yeah. But from the current position, we spotted also, I think b5 is fine, but we also spotted an idea for Wesley of putting his king on the d1 square and posting the rook up on the h file. See, we haven't forgotten about you, but it's good of you to just be there, you know, waiting for your chance, eager to jump in. And by the way, king e3 on the board. So we're about to see h4.
Yeah. Still a bunch of things are a draw. a6 is fine.
a6 is still fine.
Yeah, I think probably his idea is a6, rook h2, now that we find, yeah. This is maybe the cleanest, yeah. And the point is, normally it would have maybe lost, but with the king on a6, after rook h2, rook d6, we can go rook takes h4, because we have rook h6 check, very importantly.
Rook d6, rook takes h4, and after d2, we don't have to suffer a loss of a rook, but check. But let's just pause our analysis and throw it to Bucharest with Cristian.
Thanks, Yasser. Yes, I just want to, right now that we have a little bit more time, the players have reached the time control and now they have time to think. The positions are quite simplified. I do want to go through some of the ideas that perhaps would have given Alireza an advantage earlier on in the game. And we drop back to this particular moment when white Praggnanandhaa was in huge trouble. He played this move, h4, g5, h takes g5. This was very close towards the time control. Something along the lines of seven moves up to move 40. So this is move 34 right now. H takes G5 and H4. Very well played, by the way, by Alireza, who was putting a lot of pressure. And I was in the studio here with Jorden as well. And he did mention this moment. He was watching from the sidelines as he was playing his game. And he felt that Alireza was in pole position to take this one and potentially win the game. But it doesn't seem like he managed to find the best moves. And I have to give kudos to Pragg. He found the best moves to try to defend the position. A very, very difficult position. Obviously, you have these two pawns defended by the rook on b8, supported by that rook on b8. And most importantly, this rook on b4 is having a very, very hard time, because obviously if you move it away, then I'm just simply going to start pushing my pawns, connect the pawns. They're so close to promotion, and that could be potentially game over. On the other hand, white is having the central pawns, but it's so much more difficult to advance the central pawns. You have the queen supporting it, but also the queen has to defend the king side as well. And I would say this is one of the key differences in white's and black's position. Black can just simply swing the rook potentially on the 6th rank and then create ideas of attack against the white king. White, on the other hand, much more difficult to do so. So rook a to d8, and this was a huge, huge mistake. If he would have played the move rook to e6, the move that I just mentioned, and tied up with the plan that I mentioned, the fact that you just want to swing the rook on the 6th rank, either to g6 or to h6, coupled with the fact that you also have the opportunity to potentially open up the king side after h takes g3. It does seem like this would become extremely problematic for white. Not only that, but maybe at some point you even have ideas of just simply rook to e8 to connect the rooks like that. Let's not forget, the queen on g5 is still defending the pawn on b5 as well. So all of black's pieces are doing a tremendous job in this one. Now, he didn't play rook to e6, he played rook bd8, and after queen to e3, very well spotted by Praggnanandhaa. Now this endgame, surprisingly, is not winning anymore for black, for Alireza. It might look like you still have some chances. Obviously, after take and take on d4, you're still a pawn up, and it does seem like you're getting to the white king, but the white has enough compensation for that. And with perfect play, very, very precise play by Praggnanandhaa, he managed to equalize. Rook to b7, check. You do get the second pawn on h4. Now you're 2 pawns up, but the thing is, there's no way to defend the pawn on f7. King to g2, king to h2. It feels like I'm one move away from finding the checkmating pattern. For example, rook to e6, rook to h6. Give me one more move, and I'm going to checkmate you. You just simply don't have that extra move. Rook to g5, rook to f8, c3, rook to f2. This is the position that we ended up in right now. And Alireza is trying to find a way. But the thing is, and there we go, we do have a shake of hands between Wesley So and Vincent Keymer. We've seen Wesley perhaps with some chances, at least practical chances. Definitely he was the one that was putting pressure in this game, but Vincent, with only a few seconds on his clock for the last, I would say, 5 moves up until the first time control, from move 35 to 40, he defended very precisely. He defended very precisely in a difficult position, I might add. So kudos to both of these players for giving us a very, very precise game. And of course, that one finished in a draw. You can see the players discussing the situation. Pragg is strolling around, understanding that perhaps, you know, I saved this one. I saved this one. And Praggnanandhaa has had such a tremendous year in 2025. He was winning pretty much every single tournament he was playing. In fact, he is the defending champion from 2025 here in Romania. And right now, he could have started on the wrong foot with a loss with the white pieces. So definitely it's crucial that he saves this game against Alireza. Alireza also a player that moves from Poland. So definitely a player that expended some energy in Poland. He didn't have a great event in that one. But right now in Classical, obviously things are much more different. And we will see exactly how he will handle
the classical chess pressure, type of pressure. It's a very different type of pressure. In rapid and blitz, you move on from one game to the other very quickly. You don't really have time to think about it too much. In classical chess, if you are in a shaky form, a form that we've seen Alireza in rapid and blitz, especially at the beginning of that one, if he does continue in that form, then it's going to be very difficult for him to right the ship. But right now, at least with the black pieces starting off with some pressure against Praggnanandhaa. Okay, Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces didn't really know what he was doing, it seems like, in the opening. And in fact, it felt like black was the player who was better out of the opening. So definitely a very intriguing matchup, this one, and a very intriguing story to follow throughout the event. Will Alireza be able to get his form back? But for the moment, this was my analysis of what I think were some of the crucial moments in this game and some of the storylines developing here in Bucharest. For the moment, I'm going to send it back to St. Louis in the studio. Back to you guys.
Welcome back as we watch the final game in progress. That is the game where Prague is still defending that that fight against Alireza that Cristian was covering for you just a moment ago. The position remains equal, but Alireza is absolutely within his rights to try and find a way to maybe confuse Prague a little bit and provoke a mistake, and particularly if they could come down to, I don't know, a minute against a minute somehow. They're still some way away from that, though.
Peter, I've been looking at my bar for some time. It just hasn't moved. Try different tricks, whether they be rook c5 or other things that Alireza can do, and I haven't. Even when you know the position is drawn, you look for a trick that your opponent might possibly fall for. Have you found something that reasonably Prague might fall
Not
into?
really, no. It feels like, in particular, when you have half an eye on what the engine says, it seems like a very comfortable draw. I thought maybe rook h5 check, king g2, and then rook c5 to deny white rook g2 check in that position. But there is more than one solution to that as well.
Which might
regrettably. For instance, you can go rook f6 check. I was trying to figure out what the first line, rook 2 f6 check. I thought that seems very strange. Why are we provoking king g5?
Yes.
But after king g5, the machine goes rook f6 f1 and says, now I am threatening rook g8 check and rook h1 check.
Gotcha.
It's not mate, but it's a very sensible pair of checks over there. So, yeah, the engine just holds this very, very comfortably. I think now we can trade. We can start trading, right? Rook g8 check, take on g6, go rook c1, king f3.
And you're...
Yeah, and as you correctly described, like you probably know it's a draw, but you're looking for a way to ask a question which will have a wrong answer somewhere.
Right.
And so far we're failing, frankly.
Exactly. You at least want to put your opponent to some kind of a test. And especially when you're a pawn up, you feel like, come on, there's got to be something here that might wrong foot the opponent. So rook g5 check and rook
We just
c5.
came from there, so.
Right. So this is actually the current position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, for those of you joining us late, no, we absolutely want our co-hostess Nasi to join us as soon as able, but we're having technical issues with our microphones at the moment. That are you back? You're just being quiet and demure and can't believe how hard it is to not to join the conversation, right? Indeed. As we're trying to find a trick, Nasi, have you seen any? You can tell me, and I'll tell the audience if you've seen anything. We've just.
Well, I would have agreed to a draw a long time.
That's the way it is. Even if we were to try, for example, a move like rook to d3, keeping rook to d2 in our pocket. There's
I guess now rook g8, g5 might lose, but rook g2 doesn't, apparently, yeah.
Exactly. Rook g8, g5
Rook g5 loses in a bunch of positions, actually. That's not the rook you want to trade, because it's...
Exactly. So there you go. That might be the best way of at least putting something in front of Prague to mishandle. Just keeping rook d2 on tap as a possibility.
Having said that, after rook g8, where does the king go? Because if you go king h5, I have rook h8 check, right?
And if we go, I can't go running.
If you go forward, it might cost you. It might cost you a rook, which is maybe not what you want.
That's one way of getting skewered. Oops. So it means that after rook h8, check.
You have to go back,
I have to go back.
And if you go to h6 instead of h5?
Something like this, yes?
Yeah, this at least preserves the game going, right? We can't really take on g5 here.
Right. Rook f6 check. Rook f8 check. I guess I can still go rook h8 check.
King g7 and put it on some kind of a sensible square. Actually, do we like rook h3 here?
Yeah, that was my question too.
No, we don't.
No.
No, we very much don't.
Wow.
Takes, rook c5 wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we are out. But let's pause what we're doing and throw it to Cristian in Bucharest with a special guest.
Thanks, Yasser. I am indeed with Vincent Keymer. Vincent, your first game as a full tour participant here at the Grand Chess Tour. It was a shaky affair, right? You were better at some point. It felt like you were under some pressure towards the end. How would you assess your performance in the first game?
Yeah, it definitely was a crazy game. You know, full fight right from the start. I think his opening wasn't ideal. Like this h3 move gives me a good version of the usual setups. So I kind of got a nice position, but of course the structure itself was still complicated. And then, yeah, when I played this bishop c5 move, I started to lose track a little, and also then I spent a lot of time for that as well, so that was a very bad combination, and then got under some pressure. And then around move 40, I really don't know what was going on. I might have been lost, I'm not sure, but...
You came to the studio and you said bishop c5 was just a bad move. You sort of knew that bishop h4 was the right decision. How did you make that decision during the game?
Yeah, I don't know.
And did you understand that you perhaps missed a little bit of an advantage with bishop h4?
Yeah, I mean, bishop h4 is very direct, right?
Yes.
I mean, I thought the only critical move is g3, and then I probably need to play... okay, that's quite crazy, yeah. Yeah, this I just didn't see. That's the whole reason for it.
And even if you see it, it's not that easy to assess it. Right?
Yeah, also like king g2, bishop g3, I don't have a clear threat, but of course you can sense there's some danger. But yeah, with the engine showing -2, it certainly is much easier than on the board.
Yes.
Now, I thought queen e8 was a kind of normal move. And yeah, the thing is that now here, I somehow felt like I should play c5 and then white gets a normal position. But I actually have this option of going f4, kicking that bishop, and it did seem kind of dangerous. I mean, yeah, engine, of course, is very smart playing a4, and probably it's still unclear, but to me it felt like this is a clearer direction for me. And yeah, after bishop c5, I missed too many things. First of all, I went queen 8. I've completely missed the move knight c2, but I think it's not too bad because I have g5. Yeah, but g5 is kind of very important, and also it took me quite a lot of time to figure that one out, because if it's not good, it can be very bad. Yeah, so then, but he played just bishop e3, queen 8, and f4, which is also, I mean, it made sense. Probably also not the best, but it's very natural, yeah. And I think, again, bishop e7 also wasn't the smartest idea. Like, it wasn't necessary at that point in time. But yeah, I probably could have played a5. I mean, the weird thing is that I don't really control c5, but he cannot use the square as of now.
Right.
Because like whenever there is knight e4, f4, also f4 becomes a little weak. So we are in kind of a
So I guess the only way to try to do it is like knight a4.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I wanted to play a5, but then realized that I will run into this. So I'm glad at least that I didn't miss. Yeah, queen g6 would have been a smart move, but here I had the trouble that it was a very complex position and I had to play very quickly already. So yeah, yeah, queen g6 would have been nice. It protects against knight d5. I'm getting ready for knight e4, fe4, because then h3 will be attacked, and then a5 I can make in the next move. And
I'm just realizing that you guys only had about 20 minutes, 25 for you, 19 at move 15. So
yeah, I think that's
both of you had to speed up. At
I played rook b8 quite quickly. I don't think it's so bad, but again, in these type of positions, it's important to keep the pressure up, and this certainly doesn't keep the pressure up. And yeah, knight a5, like, you know, normally you would call this kind of a critical position, and you would have to spend, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes to figure it out. But as you saw, I had 14 minutes and still 23 moves to make, which is, yeah, not that great. Yeah, of course, g5 is, I mean, very typical idea here, and probably something I should have gone for, but I just didn't see how I would, like, kind of break through. And yeah, it seems like it's just
slow play. It's
slow compensation, yeah.
Perhaps rook f7, rook
okay,
g7, king g8. King g8.
I wanted some material for it, but yeah, I then realized that probably taking on e1 this... I mean, the problem is that now neither my bishop nor my pawns are going to do anything, because g5 was the only kind of serious break for me. This I cannot do anymore because I don't have the dark squares. The bishop doesn't have any diagonal to be on, and yeah, I have like zero plan, and I felt like this is the position that I'm just going to lose without.
This is starting to become extremely unpleasant.
Yeah.
Just the a pawn can also run.
So at least I played g5. Yeah, I mean, of course, it might have been tempting, but I think now I will just be the one to sacrifice. Yeah, like whoever gets the dark squares is just gonna
sacrifice first. Yeah,
crush. So of course he played the right move. Yeah, fe, rook, queen d4. Yeah, I was always thinking about these type of moves, but actually after queen e7. So how does this work? EF. Okay. Yeah, that's... Now, of course, didn't see a mate, and I was trying to pick up the rook, which simply doesn't work. But then, yeah, okay.
Somewhat of a huge decision to make.
Yeah, especially, you know.
With
3 minutes, really?
Well, I think you started with 7.
Yeah. So then I spent a lot of time for queen e7.
And he still had 19 minutes at this point. It seems like,
so actually,
or perhaps the
better
timing
again.
is just
Oh, it's just such a weird position. I mean, strategically, I'm completely busted. So if he would go into an endgame, I'm suffering a lot. But of course, his king is very weak.
Yeah.
So he just bishop d7. Yeah, sometimes seem to be calm. Yeah, that would have been nice.
Bishop d7 would have preserved.
Yeah, this queen on e5 is a very good piece. I think that is important.
And
yeah.
And then at this point, you were mentioning towards move 40, where you started feeling some pressure, and you did play some really precise moves.
Okay, so it was
with this d4.
D4 was important. Like
yes.
if I just go this, I'm lost.
Queen h6 is not that great.
Okay, I actually felt like, you know, I completely missed this move queen e1. So that was not pleasant, having barely any time left. But yeah, I mean, queen h6 is the move that probably holds, but do you really want to find out? I didn't, so I saw that I will be able to play d3, give that pawn, and hopefully go for perpetual.
Yeah, Jorden was here in the studio, and we were trying to analyze this in real time. And queen h6 did come to our mind, but then queen e8, queen e5, it looked so dangerous.
Yeah, it's a bit scary, but this is also scary, so it's not like this is any better. I mean, yeah, like rook g3 might have
was
been
the right decision. Yeah, rook g3 was the move that Jorden was concerned about as well.
Yeah, okay, I have to push, and then queen
d4.
Oof, yeah, this. And, well, okay, and I need to make the 14th move still, so this would have been a
But I have a feeling maybe c5 is not the only move. I know the engine is showing c5.
And actually, was it maybe smarter to go to f8, or is it worse? Or maybe then it was smarter to go to f8. I just didn't know, like c7 protection. I mean, I had a few seconds when I made that move, so I just didn't know. But yeah, I think queen c3 and then queen e6, I was feeling fine that now already I should be okay. And then, yeah, after move 40, actually, it even felt like I'm very close to winning this position, but there's no way, I think. And yeah, engine also confirms that this is. But it's surprisingly close. I mean, yeah. Like here, if I go king e5, king e3, I was trying to make these kind of...
It does seem to be a race.
Things work. Yeah, and I think now rook h2 might actually be the only move, because here then I have rook g3 and king is coming.
Yeah.
Okay, still holding, yeah. No, I mean, it's the pawns
I
are
think
too fast
Wesley
in the
also
end. Of course,
played
yeah.
quite
I mean,
precisely.
he has
We
enough
do
time.
believe that the last game is about to finish, so we're going to throw it back to the studio. Thank you very much for joining us, Vincent, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Fantastic game there by Vincent Keymer as he made a draw. And what looked like a little bit of tricks as we were winding down our fifth and final game. Prague on the white side against Alireza, as heading towards a draw, as Prague's king is about to step back and blockade the pawn on the c2.
You can throw in rook c4, rook c8, frankly. It no longer really matters what you do. This is a very,
Rook
very
c4.
comfortable draw now.
Yeah, rook c4 check, king d5, rook back to c8 makes a lot of sense as well, Peter. Yeah, I was thinking of just making as many, I like checking my opponent. King to d1, king to d3. I suspected it. Let's put it that way. Check, king, check, and just asking where the king is going to go. As soon as it goes to b3, I keep up the checks, and eventually I'll play king.
Yeah, covering the c2 square is just good business practice. I like your decision better, actually. Yeah, Prague begins with rook c4, but he'll have to play king d1 anyway.
Exactly.
Eventually, so.
Rook c4 check, king d5.
Unless he wants to play rook g4 here and just cut the king off at the pass, which honestly, why not?
Not bad actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That didn't occur to me at all, but this is
either until you.
This is a very solid solution, actually.
I mean, in a blitz game, rook c8 would have been on the board before I had time to consider anything else.
Yeah, this is also completely fine. King c5, king d1, just get it over to c2 and
it's
just this way.
I mean, I don't think of there being an American school of chess. There's no such thing. But one of the things that got hardwired into me as a kid was rooks belong behind passed pawns, and you never failed to put your rook behind the passed pawn. So rook c8 would have been.
Alireza not interested in playing out the Philidor position. He is just swapping everything down as fast as possible, for which we are grateful.
For which we are grateful.
And now he's thinking. Do I play king takes c4 or do I not play king takes c4?
I think he was trying to catch up with the score sheet as our fifth and final game comes to a conclusion, and we have 5 draws to start the Super Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. It wasn't through want of effort, Peter.
Absolutely not.
That the players gave it their best.
And honestly, it feels like Black had by far the better of it today, didn't they?
Yeah,
Fabi had
exactly.
winning chances, Anish had winning chances. Alireza was basically winning.
Yes.
And Vincent also had absolutely some shots at the goal, not the open goal, but some shots at some point.
Yeah, especially egregious was queen takes g5 by Alireza.
Yeah, that was
allowing e4.
That was a strange decision, yeah, because White is clearly saying, I would like to push at least something forward. Why allow it?
And here we have it. All 5 draws, everybody's tied for first. It's a hot chocolate moment as everyone's
very self-explanatory. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. As we getting ready for second round, but before we do that, we're going to have some final thoughts by Anastasiya and Cristian in Romania.
Well, guys, despite the fighting chess and the nature of the games that we've seen so far, only draws, no decisive results. Anastasia, you spent a lot of time in the playing hall. What was the vibe over there?
Yeah, like despite all draws, there were so many fighting games at the same time. I can rephrase it, Cristian. Yeah, I was spending some time at the playing venue, and I can tell you that this game between Vincent Keymer and Wesley was so tense. They were playing. Vincent was playing on seconds, and it's so interesting to follow. Wesley, he has this poker face. You don't read his emotions, while Vincent was so emotional. You could see that he was really in time trouble, and he was really trying to cope with all this tension and pressure. And once they made it to 40 move, immediately, he calmed down, and it was really tense battle, and it felt really great to be at the playing venue in this beautiful building. And many spectators showed up today, and after the games, they were waiting for the players to sign the autographs and take selfies with them, which was really nice. It's a great vibe here in Romania.
Absolutely. A lot of, once again, very fighting chess. I'm just scrolling through round 2 pairings, and I'm seeing Fabi versus Anish, Fabiano with the white pieces. We remember what happened at the candidates. Anish won with the black pieces. Definitely Fabiano will be looking for revenge in that one, but we know Anish has such solid opening preparation. It's going to be very difficult to be defeated. Javokhir Sindarov versus Pragg, that's a big clash. Keymer versus the local hero Bogdan-Daniel Deac. Jorden van Foreest is doubling the white pieces, and he's going to be facing another American, Wesley. So, and Alireza Firouzja versus MVL. That's the battle of the French players. So,
and Alireza will be looking for a fight again. I think he's very disappointed today not winning this game against Pragg.
I would be as well, because, he knew that he had the advantage. He had the pressure out of the opening. He built up the pressure. He got the decisive advantage. He didn't know that it was a decisive advantage, but it was a decisive advantage. Objectively, he felt it. And unfortunately, played that move, rook to b8, which just spoiled the advantage. And Pragg, after that, was just pristine in his defense. So definitely a lot of fighting chess, and we're expecting a lot of fighting chess tomorrow as well. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. Unfortunately, Nazi, your mic is still on mute. I mean, you're having the Vanna White experience right now. You get to watch the show. Peter, you get the final word as we say goodbye from St. Louis.
Despite all 5 draws, a very enjoyable first round. Once again, our apologies to the viewers for some slight technical hiccups. We're hoping this will not get repeated anymore. The streak should end here. I feel it's enough already. But as for the chess produced by the players in Romania, very, very enjoyable round despite it being dry, and more of the same in terms of content tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Stay tuned.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we're going to say a fond goodbye from St. Louis, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.